Three, say that again.
Uh, I bought your 6 month plan for
Okay.
$200. Or then the program started on like November in November. But I bought your plan. I bought your 6 month plan on 8th September 2025, and it is going to expire like March 28, 2026. Will I have extra 2 to 3 months so that I can wrap up the project and keep up the pace with you guys?
Yes. So that's what I'm
Or,
saying. The
or do I
what
need to pay some extra dollars?
no, Hamza. So
Yes,
when
yes,
let I'm going to explain. So let once everybody join, I'm going to explain. Is is
yes,
is the way I've made it is better for you guys, honestly.
yes, yes.
So
But
so
you made it, made it now. You made it now. I think I see once when we buy a subscription, it is for lifetime. You you can.
yeah. So right now,
Yeah, so
yes.
Hamza, please let him explain. Just be patient and let him explain. Because I thought he explained it well, but because you still asking, you couldn't understand. So if you can just be patient, let him explain again, you will get the point.
So
Thank
Hamza,
you.
let everyone join.
Sorry.
Once everyone join out, honestly, I understand where Hamza is coming from because yeah, and one thing I do try to put in mind is because there's a lot of people that I'm trying to reach that are over overseas, right? And I understand that the way things is in the United States is different from people that are living overseas in terms of like finance. So and
Yes, yes.
all those things are what I factor. And I understand that maybe where Hamza's pressure to me is coming from is that like he wants to still have access to it while he's still able to afford it, which I agree. So, but I think I have good news for you. You actually don't have nothing to. So anyone that has like an active subscription or anyone that has an active subscription or things that you guys have been doing before, none of the change that I made is going to affect you guys. I actually think it's even going to benefit you guys in a good way. So I was waiting for everyone to join so I can explain. Then we can continue because we
Thank
do
you,
have
thank you, thank
no
you,
problem.
Aziz.
No
And sorry
problem.
for the interruption.
No. There's no. You're fine. You're fine. I'm glad you asked. You were just thinking ahead, but whatever you were going to
Yeah,
ask me, I was going to cover it anyway. So, but I appreciate you
yes,
bringing it up. Okay. All right.
yeah. I note down the recommendations and the changes I felt, and so I like it to share it with you if you follow. Uh,
Yeah. So,
Sometimes, yes, yes.
um, Somalia Afro is no, the video is not pre-recorded, it's live. Good morning, guys. Ismail, Juliet, are you guys there? Okay. So let's just start because it's already like 11:06. Ismail, good eve I keep saying good morning, good evening. Good evening, Juliet. All right. Okay, let's start. Um, let me share my screen. I feel like there's things that I'm supposed to do. Just give me a second before I share my screen. Let me log into what I'm trying to do. All right, just give me a second, guys. Log into my AWS account. AWS.com. Management. So, all right. Let me share my screen. I wasn't trying to do this. I thought this CI/CD project is going to take us 1 day, but it's actually taking us more than 1 day, which is fine. I'm not in a rush to. I just figure whenever we are done, we are done. So for now that I'm doing this first one, it's just going to be kind of like we can call this like a test run. So I'm not like in a hurry to finish it by specific days, by a specific date. The only thing is I don't want to waste time. Um, good evening, Wisdom. Good evening, Somalia. Is this your first time, Somalia? Is this your first time joining? Right. I have good news for you guys. Um, okay. Let me share my screen. All right. So, just to start, the first thing is I did make Hamza coded. I'm not sure if some of you guys saw it too, but I did send you guys like a Slack message that I was going to be making the change, which I did make the change to the site. Just a second. Right now. My system always showing up on this page. Just give me a second, guys. And I was actually online early today, but I guess I was distracted. I was working on the third project. I was just organizing it so I can post it later on today. Okay, I think I'm ready. Cool. So, so the first thing is if you guys go on my website, so I end up updating it. I think it looks much better now. Um, so if you guys have anyone that's trying to learn AWS, right? So the same thing I've been, uh, Somalia, welcome. Glad to have you here. So we're pretty much working on like our AWS cloud projects. Right now we are on project, what, guys, are we on project 6 or 7? I can't, project 7. We're on project 7. Dylan, good morning. Um, so I've updated the site. And if you guys have it, because people always asking me the same question all the time, so I figure I just organize my information in a way that is clear, right? So it's pretty much like a summary. If you guys, the way you guys can explain my program to someone is just trying to give you guys a compilation of all the projects and things you need to do to go from zero cloud knowledge to having a job ready skill. And this is like the method that I teach. You guys have done it, which is the foundation. Then we'll build the AWS hands-on projects. Then we do the automation part, which is where we are now. Then after that, you guys can start looking to building your resume. So that's the roadmap. So everything else here is just like information, the same thing, just more explained it in details, right? So another thing I change is if you click on the roadmap, right, it takes you to the checkout page. For now, I've only made it to 299, but I may change it later on. But it is 299 now, and you do get lifetime access to it. So it's no longer a subscription. So before I had it as a subscription, it's no longer a subscription. It is 299. For now, the price is 299, but I may change it. Um, and you do get lifetime access to it. And these are the projects we are building, right? So we're starting from foundation, uh, phase one, phase two, three, and final. And it just kind of like gives you a proposed schedule here so you can see. So if you, in case you have someone that's trying to learn and you are sending it to them, you can see the proposed schedule here, which is a schedule I think you should hold yourself to. Everyone learns at a different pace, but I think it's a schedule you should hold yourself to if you are trying to learn cloud. Don't You guys know I'm always telling you guys don't complete the project just by because you complete the project don't mean you are done. So it is the main thing is you should watch a project over and over until you are confident that you understand everything about the project. So this is like the proposed schedule that if anyone is going through it, what you should spend each time you should spend on it. Obviously, if you are watching the Cloud Practitioner Solutions Architect and the Linux course, it will only take you a couple of weeks to get through the course. But getting through the course, it doesn't mean you understand it. You should at least try to like dissect everything in it, understand everything. So that's why this is a proposed schedule, right? Of how much time I think you should spend on each project. Even if you've gone through the project, go back through it and see where you have knowledge gap, where you feel like you can um, improve. So it's a proposed schedule and kind of like the benefits of the course. Here I have me and some frequently asked questions, right? So this site in you guys course, I have let me see if I can log in. If I can log in. Another thing I did is from feedback I got from I think it was John last week. I also I think it would be better if I showed you guys. Let me just try to log in here. Just give me a second. Okay, I'm already logged in. All right. So from the feedback that I got from John last week, and I've also gotten it from everyone else. So when you sign up now, there will be like a welcome page. And on the welcome page, there's like a video you have to watch on how to get started. So that's just showing you everything. And here there will be like 3 links, like things you need to do, right? There will be 3 links. So here you have your library. This will take you to your library, right? So let me just cover the library now. In the library, you guys have 9 projects now, right? The projects are organized in according to the phase the phase I'm using to teach you, right? So the getting started where you go, you watch the Cloud Practitioner Solutions Architect and Linux getting started. Then from there, we start the hands-on projects, which is we have 4 projects there. The static website, dynamic website, Docker, ECS, Docker Kubernetes. Those are the 4 projects. Then from there, we go to the automation part, which is Terraform module, CI/CD, Ansible, then Lambda. Then after that, you can start applying. So these are the courses that are here. In your account, if you have access to other courses, you will see them. So for those that are subscribed now, these are the courses that are there before that you won't see in your account um under the roadmap anymore. You won't see the WordPress. You won't see the static website. I took out the cloud formation and this the one that I did for Azure. I took those out. They're still in my AWS they're still on the side, but you guys just won't see it in this offer. That is because I just want to make this offer as straightforward as it is on things you need to learn to build your skills. So that's what this offer is. And also, but if you guys need access to this, I can create a separate offer. It's going to be free. It's not anything I'm charging you guys for. It's going to be free. And I'll post the link. You guys can just add it and you will have access. You will still have access to this course. But the main thing is the projects that I'm prioritizing, updating are the ones in the program. Because there's too much projects to update. So I won't be prioritizing, I will not prioritize updating this course, this 1, 2, 3, 4 courses. So if you guys still want to have access to them, I'll post them. And I think at some point I may even post it on YouTube for free. So that's the update. And also the other things that the other news I have for you guys is for anyone that has an active membership now, you guys automatically get the lifetime access. So if you are someone that's paying month to month, let me know. We can, so I can probably just, you can cancel your month to month and I can create a coupon for you. So you just get lifetime access. And for those that already bought it, that have lifetime, that have like Hamza for you, for example, one of the questions you asked me was like your subscription is about to end. You don't have to worry about it because you guys automatically just get this. So I don't feel that I need to charge you guys for it. But for anyone that's trying to subscribe or moving forward, this is what it is going to be. So if you don't have a lifetime, if you don't have an active membership, don't, and trying to be respectful, don't email me asking me for coupon or anything. So there's not going to be coupon. This is what it is. Because I feel like it is a lot of time, it's like sleepless night recording and editing and all that stuff. So I do want to have something to show for the effort that I'm putting forward. So if you feel that is information that you think is beneficial to you, I feel like you should just pay for it. And you guys can see and also another thing is when we started, I, when offered to do it for free, and I sent the message on LinkedIn. I think I had over 700 response, which I was preparing for that. And I was sending emails to everyone up till I got to project 3 or 4. Then I stopped doing that. And even it's still, you guys can see it's still the same information I'm giving you guys. And I feel like it's the same faces I'm seeing every day, which I do appreciate you guys. I'm talking about Ismail, Juliet, Wisdom, right? They they are taking it for free and they are taking it serious. But 10 people is way far from 700 people. So I don't want to be putting too much effort into something because I also understand when you offer something for free, people don't tend to value it. So, so this is what I've changed it to now. Those that have active membership already, you guys will already have lifetime access. I mean, it might not kick in because if when your membership ends, if you don't see anything in your account, just email me or send me a message on Slack. I'll create a coupon for you. But for anyone trying to sign up now, this is what it is. All right. That's pretty much what I have. Do you guys have any questions before we start our project? All right, cool. Okay. Hamza, did I answer your question? I'm not sure if you're still here. All right.
Okay, Aziz, thank you for the information. Uh, so is this program now live? And for us that we're having in the membership,
Is it is
how
it
do we know that,
it's
okay, we
live?
still have
Is it
access? 'Cause I'm looking at the page.
So if you go in your account, just go to your course library. You should see all your courses there.
Okay.
So if you go to your course library, you should see this there. Right? Can you see your courses there? These ones.
Okay, so I am in it, but when I go to the library, I don't see anything.
So that means you probably don't have an active subscription.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you have an active subscription in your library, you will see all the courses there. It should automatically be there. So, but we can probably talk offline. Like I can help you look into it and I can send you
Sure.
details on
Sure.
when you subscribe to it. Yeah.
No problem. Sure.
All right. All right, cool. Um Leonard, so it depends on what type of email you send to me. I do get a lot of emails and a lot of it is always um some of it are like things I need to respond to, some of it are just um and I always respond to all of them. But sometimes it just takes me time to get through all the emails because I'll get a lot of emails on like different platforms. So, but it just depends on what your email is, and when you send it. I do respond to them. Sometimes it might take time, which is why I've just take the time to put majority of the information that anyone can ask me about my program on the site now, so you guys can read the information there. So pretty much all the information is really on the site now. Um, I would appreciate it unless if you have like specific question about something I don't have there. A lot of people just always, most times, the type of emails that I get the most is always emails about people wanting me to call them to guarantee that they can get a job before they subscribe. And in the beginning, I used to do that, but now I just kind of like, not even kind of, I stopped doing that. I just feel like, for a lot of people that I've thought that I built their skills, got a job, they see the information, they just look at it. If they have any specific questions that I don't have on the site, they will ask me, but they already know what they want. So it's not my job to convince anyone to subscribe, right? I really don't want to do that. It's not my job. And I'm like, when you are coming to me trying to learn, you should already be sure that that's what you want to do, right? And I'm just saying, and you're just trying to do your due diligence to find out, is the things that I'm teaching going to help you? How does it benefit you? And how does it help you get to your goal? And once you read the information, if it works for you, then you subscribe. But majority of the emails I get is always someone majority of it is always looking for guarantees of getting a job and all that stuff. So, and I don't want to be doing that. So, so that's why I said, Leonard, it just depends on what type of email you sent me. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. So, okay, guys, let's start. Do you guys have any questions on the thing, or you guys are good on the website and everything I said before I move on? Yeah. So if you guys don't find any, if you guys check on your course library and you don't see any course there, it means your membership has expired already. Because if for anyone that has an active membership, can someone just respond, please? Do you guys see a course under your library? You see your courses under your library.
Yeah, as this that's what I'm checking now. I can see everything. So everything is updated.
Okay,
Everything
cool.
is fine.
New one.
Cool.
Everything is good.
Cool. So I just wanted to make sure that the changes that I made didn't affect anyone. So if you have an active membership, you will see your course, the course is there. And if you don't, you won't see. Because I haven't removed anyone from Slack, even when the subscription ended. I know I really don't be running it like a business, but I didn't remove anyone. So it makes sense that you will still have access to like the Zoom calls and all that stuff, right? But on the side, because the site is automated, once someone's subscription ends, the site automatically handles um removing the course from their library. So that's why it's there. But I didn't remove anyone from Zoom. So that's why you may have access to Zoom, but you're on your site, on the site, you are not seeing anything there. All right. Let me okay, let's just start. So we do have a lot to cover. All right. So last week we left off here. We left off at deploying our AWS infrastructure. Oh, this is the reference file. So last week we left off here where we were able to deploy our infrastructure in Terraform. Somalia, no, there isn't any discount. It is the price is what it is. Is that the price is actually on a discount now. Normally it's always $500. So right now it's 300. But I may end up changing it back to 500 because I actually think is a good deal. And you get lifetime access to it. You don't have to it's not a subscription anymore. So once you buy it now, you have access to it forever, as long as my site exists. Yes, I responded to him. That was Captain. I already sent him the Zoom link. Thank you. Okay. All right. So we did everything where we can now deploy our infrastructure in AWS with Terraform. So that's the first part. Let me open the reference architecture and we can look at where we are now in our pipeline. And we'll continue from there. Okay. So in our build, we've done this. We did this last week. So next we are going to do this. The next build is going to be, we'll build our Docker image. We will scan it for any vulnerabilities, and we will push it to Amazon ECR. So we are using 3-bit for our scan. And yes, we'll build it on the runner and we'll push it to ECR. So that's the next job we're about to work on. So you guys still have that reference file. So in your reference file, let's go to here. We're going to here, line 104. So from line 104 to 155. So the best way to copy everything is if you put your cursor here. You see where my cursor is in the beginning here at line 104. So put your cursor there like that. Click there, then you go all the way down. If you hold down the shift button, and click here on line 155, it is going to select everything for you. Or you can just select it, but make sure when you select it, you see how I'm including all these spaces because there's a space there. You remember we are using YAML format, and YAML format is very picky about the indentations and space. So keep that in mind. So you see how I've selected, select everything like that. Then you copy and you'll come back to your own project file. So here on line 102, I'm going to press enter. So when you press enter, don't paste like this because you see where my cursor is. If you paste here, it's just the indentation is going to be messed up. So press enter again to add a space there. Then move your cursor back all the way to the beginning on line 104. So you should be here just like this. then paste like that. This is very important because most of the time with the projects, when people work on it and they are using the reference file, they mess up that way. So the main thing is, and another thing you guys want to keep in mind is like, you see how we started the job here? The job is like I forgot let's just say a property, right? Under that job, all the jobs you are trying to build must line up under it. You can see the build AWS infrastructure is here, and the properties of that is like name, all that stuff is on aligned under it. So it's the same thing here. The build and push Docker image job name must align with the previous one. So that is how it is set up. Okay, so let's start. We in this job, we are just going to build and push our Docker image, right? So the name of that job is here, build and push Docker image. At least the name we have given it in this template so that when we reference it, we know what we are referencing, right? But when you see the job in the GitHub Actions console, you will see this build, scan, and push Docker image to ECR, right? And here is depends on. So we have the name and here is needs, right? This needs just means that for example, we did this AWS infrastructure job, right? Build AWS infrastructure. We can't remember like GitHub Actions can run all your jobs, can run the jobs parallel to each other or one after the other. So you tell it in what order you want it to run the job, right? So that's what this needs does. This needs is saying that what job does this build AWS, this build and push image job depends on? Well, it is going to depend on this because we don't want to build our image if we don't have our AWS infrastructure up. So here under the needs, it is just going to be needs, the name of this job, which is which is deploy AWS infrastructure. I don't know, I'm just speaking out of turn today. So the name of this job is build AWS infrastructure, not build. What's wrong with me today? The name of this job is deploy AWS infrastructure, and the needs is going to need that job. So that's all you have to do here. So you take that job, the name of that job, the key name of that job, and paste it here. And the next thing is the if statement, right? So we are saying when you run the jobs, first run the deploy AWS infrastructure job, then now run the build and push job, right? The next one is if. Is a condition we want to add to this build and push image job that if a condition exists, then either run this job or don't run it. And that condition will be if our Terraform action is equal to apply, that means that our infrastructure is being created. So we want to also build our image. But if our Terraform action is destroy, it means that we are trying to delete everything. So we don't need to go down the list to be building the other jobs. Does that make sense? So if we are applying, then we want to run the other jobs under it. But if we are destroying, then all the other jobs would not run. So that's this if condition. So here we're just going to type it like this. So, and the reason why we also even put this needs here is that this, now when you put this needs here, it allows this job, build and push image job to have access to any output from the previous job, the job we are referencing under the needs. So how we would do the if statement is we would type needs, if needs, right? Needs dot the name of the job, right? Which is this, deploy AWS infrastructure. So we'll copy that, we'll paste it here. If needs deploy AWS infrastructure dot output, the output from this job, right? So you guys can see outputs. So you copy outputs and you paste it here. Dot, the output we are trying to reference, is this Terraform action. So you copy this and you paste it here. Terraform actions. And here you can put an exclamation mark and equal sign. No, not plus, equal sign. And here you put a single quote and type destroy. So that's the full thing you put. This means that if the output in deploy AWS infrastructure, the Terraform action output in deploy AWS infrastructure is not equals to destroy, then you want to run the job. That's what this is saying. So in programming or in YAML or whatever, this means not equals to. So we are saying if Terraform actions output in this deploy AWS infrastructure is not equals to destroy, then this job is going to run. And that is that part. And the next thing is the runs on. We are going to run it on the GitHub runner, the one GitHub provides for us. Remember, those runner are Ubuntu latest. So we're going to type Ubuntu latest. And for the steps, right? So we've specified some property for this job. Then the next thing is the steps, like the steps we are going to do, right? The first thing is we are going to check out our repository, right? So remember what we discussed last week for one of the reasons why I like GitHub Actions is for anything you are trying to do, you don't have to type the individual commands for it because there's probably an action that someone already create that will do that particular thing for you, right? So I think here we already used the checkout, right? So the checkout repository action here, we can just use the same one because it's the same step. So copy it and we will paste it here. Checkout repository, we'll paste it here. That action will check out our code from our repository because this job, the same way the Terraform code checks out, pretty much clones this repository on the runner. We need to do the same thing, clone it on the runner so the runner can use whatever is in our Docker directory to build our Docker image. So that's the checkout. Then the next step is where we build our Docker image, right? So the first one here is working directory, right? So working directory, and what you guys are saying here is you can see the directory structure. So when the checkout checks out, pretty much we get a new machine, right? The checkout is going to clone this repository on that machine. And once it clones the repository on that machine, we are now saying we want to build our Docker image, right? So first, we change to the working directory. Because remember, once you are in the repository, you will be here. So the period means in the current directory we are in, which is here, look for a folder called Docker, which is this folder, and look for a folder called Nest App, which is this folder. In that folder, right, that is where our Docker file is. And that is where it is going to go into before it starts building our Docker image. So that is why this is. So however you structured your directory, make sure you are referencing the right part to it. So remember, when it checks out your repository, you will be here. So it's saying in this directory, look for a folder called Docker. That's this folder, and look for a folder called Nest App, and my Docker file is in the Nest App. All right. So that's this part. So here we have environment, right? Environment. This is an environment for this job, and some of the things we will need to build our Docker images, like the domain name, RDS endpoint, RDS DB password, personal access token. The same way we build our Docker file, if you guys see, it is the same Docker file from our Docker project. It didn't change. It's the same Docker file. So the build arguments we have in there where we need to enter our domain name, environment, and all that thing, all those things, right? So this is how we are passing it here. So we, so for the domain name, remember the domain name was specified in our AWS infrastructure, deploy AWS infrastructure job, right? And the domain name is here, right? So how you would get that output from that job, remember we're already referencing that job here, and how you get that output is needs. So needs is referring to this needs, right? Deploy AWS infrastructure, right? Then once that gives you access to that job, you can now reference any outputs in there. So outputs, right? Dot the name of the output you want to reference, which is domain name. So whatever we specify for domain name in our Terraform code would output to GitHub Actions, and we can now use it in this job. So the same thing for the RDS endpoint. So needs, deploy AWS infrastructure, output, RDS endpoint. Then the next one is RDS password. Remember that is coming from Secrets Manager. That is not coming from Secrets Manager, where in AWS it is, but in our pipeline, we created it as a secret. So to reference it, all we have to do here is we have to specify secret and the name of the secret. So one thing I didn't do is log into my GitHub account. So in my GitHub account, I'm going to go to the repository, the AWS repository, AWS project, right? So here, if you click on, I believe it's settings, you click on secrets and variables, actions. Remember, this is where we create the secrets, right? And the secrets we want is the RDS password. So this is the key name we gave that secret. So we're just going to copy this, and that is what we will use here. So here on line 121, RDS DB password, it would be the name of that secret. So replace everything, including the caret. And the personal access token will be the same thing too. Remember, we created it as a pipeline secret. So we kind of copy whatever name we gave the key, and that is what we will paste here. Then those are the secrets, those are the values we will need, right? And now it is going to run our script. Remember, when it checks out the repository, it's going to come into the Docker next tab, right? In this next tab, we have a build image script. This is what the build image script looks like, right? It is the same script we used when we were building our Docker image. It is Docker build specifying these build arguments, right? These build arguments. So that's what you are saying here. So it's going to pretty much run this script, right? So when it is running this script, you guys will say, okay, why aren't we listing all the variables we are saying here? Why do we only have domain name, RDS endpoint, and stuff like that? The key is you have to understand where these things are coming from. If you go up here, you can see we've listed a global environment variables, right? Here, it does have a lot of right? So if I show you guys here, you can see up here, we've listed domain name, GitHub Actions, GitHub username, repository name, service provider. A lot of the things that Assistance asking, we listed it here because these are like direct environment variables, right? Like these are the values we can list. So we list them here. And any variable you list here at the top level of your YAML file, any job can access those variables. So automatically, this job will be able to access those variables. The other value we didn't list there that this job will need is, I think we listed domain name here, right? So we could probably even remove domain name from here, honestly, right? So domain name, we could remove it from here. Or I'll keep it there for now because I'm not sure where, that may just be I double type. But the domain name, the main thing is the domain name here that we are specifying in this job. We want it to come from whatever we specify as our domain name in our Terraform code. So that's why we are using this way. So the other thing is RDS endpoint, which will come from our Terraform code. Then here we have to get our password and personal access token from the secret. So the domain name we have here, we would probably end up removing it, but let's just keep building it. Yes, we probably don't need this domain name yet. Since if any of our job needs our domain name, we can just get it from our Terraform code. Yeah. So yeah, so this domain name, but it doesn't hurt anything, but we would, if we need to remove it at the end, we will remove it. So that's the job here that is going to build our Docker image. So we are done with that job. The next job is we are going to scan our image. And there's like a software that we can use to scan it. It's called Trivi, right? So for that software, this is what we are going to use. This one, I should have probably left it in there. But for that one, this is what you guys are going to enter. I'm going to just paste it in the chat so that no one is mistyping it. So for the Trivi job, the uses, this is what you guys are going to use. Let me paste it here. All right. So for uses, you are going to paste this. So that's pretty much going to be for the scan, that's just how we are going to do it, right? So when you are using the Trivi scan, so this automatically use the action for that Trivi to be able to scan your image, right? So the only thing we have to reference here is our image name, right? So you remember image reference. This is environment, whatever we have in our environment image name and whatever we have in our environment image tag that is already there, right? For the severity here, we are going to scan for anything that is critical. So this one will be all caps. So it will be critical and comma high. So there's no space there. It's just high, critical and high. So this means it is going to scan our image for vulnerabilities that are marked as critical and high. Then if it finds any vulnerability that is critical and high, the exit code is going to stop our pipeline, right? So if it finds anything that is critical or high, it will stop our pipeline. But here, we are putting a condition here that if our environment equals to prod, right, then stop the pipeline. But if the environment is equals to anything else other than prod, then just continue, right? That's what this is doing. So this is if environment is equals to prod, and so it's doing two things. If our environment is equals to prod, and when it's counting the scan of the vulnerability, it is 1, because if there's one, even there's one vulnerability in there, it means that there's a vulnerability, right? So if these two conditions are true, it is going to stop our pipeline, or else the pipeline is just going to continue, right? And as you guys know, our environment now is here. We put dev. So it's something you guys can test. We are using dev now because obviously there will be vulnerabilities in the image, because I didn't write the application code. We are just using it. So there's vulnerabilities in it, and we want to continue building to test. So that's why our environment is dev, and when the image scans, it will find vulnerabilities in it, but we want to continue building because our environment is not prod. Then for the scan format, we are going to use JSON, JSON. And for the output, we are just going to use trivial report, just JSON. That's the scan. Right. And then on this one, this is where we generate the scan summary, right? So basically when we get the scan summary from this job, we want to count how many vulnerabilities we have. So what this is doing here is, here. So you see this trivial report we get at the end of this job that we output. So this job is going in there and it's counting. And I need to show you guys like what a JSON report, maybe when we build the job, you guys will see it. It's pretty much a JSON format. So it is going into that JSON and is using this JQ is like is what you can use to edit a JSON file when you are writing scripts, right? So you go into this JSON file, because remember this is a JSON file. It's going to go into this JSON file. It is going to look for results. In that result, it will just track it down. What it's looking for is under results vulnerability. And in there, under the select, the severity, and the severity will have whether critical or high, because you guys can see these are the same. This is the same thing all the way to here. So it's going to track it down, this part, find what is under critical, and it's going to count it. Length is counting how many critical is there. And the same thing is going to count how many high is there. So here it is now saying if the total, once it counts it, if the total is equals to 0, then it is going to give you a summary, no vulnerabilities found. Else the total is going to be, so if the total is equals to 0, it will tell you no vulnerabilities found, or else it is going to tell you whatever count it count. It will tell you critical count, right? And this number for high count. So that's what we will see in our job. Then it is going to exit here, right? Then this last part is, it is going to take whatever the summary, you can see this summary equals to, no, this summary, right? So this, either this summary or this summary is the same thing. Scan summary equals to whatever this summary is. Then it is going to store it in our GitHub Actions environment, because I think we're going to need it later on, right? right? So it's storing it. You can see scan summary is stored in is equal to whatever the summary from here is, and it's storing it in your GitHub Actions environment. Then when this job runs, this push, not this job, a step, the step in this job. When this step runs, push image to ECR, right? Again, the working directory is the same because we need to be in the same directory as our Docker image, right? Then we are going to, what are we going to run? The script. We have our script here in the same directory. You can see we have our push image script, which is this. So the script is going to first check. This is first is the script is going to check whether you have the repository, whether the repository you are trying to create. So this is pretty much defining the ECR registry, right? Using our environment variables from our pipeline. Then it is going to check whether the repository you are trying to create exists. Because remember, if you are trying to create a repository in your pipeline and it exists, your pipeline will fail. So here we need to add that condition where first we check whether that repository exists. If the repository exists, we just want to skip it and continue pushing our image to it. So the pipeline would not fail. So that's why this is important. So once we check that the repository exists, if the repository exists, it will continue. If it does not exist, then it will create the repository. And that's what you guys are seeing here. It will create the repository here if it does not exist. So this is just saying like if this is describing, you are trying to describe to check whether that repository is there. And this is saying if the last command here, the last command we run here is true, then continue. But if it's false, then run this. That's what it is doing. Then the next step is just the same thing. We tag our Docker image that we built, then we authenticate to ECR, then we push it. So it's the same script from the last project. So that's what this is running. It's running the push image script right here. Then once we do that, we output our scan summary because we probably need it later on for another job too. So yeah. So we just output it. We call it scan summary. And it will be, we output it this, whatever here, scan summary. We just output it. So that's this Docker build and push image job. That's what it is doing. So there's one job, but there are like 3 steps in here. Well, there's multiple steps. First, we check out our repository. Then we build our Docker image. Then we scan the Docker image before we push it to ECR for vulnerabilities. Then we generate the result of that vulnerability scan. Then we push it. So let's save our file. I'm going to save. And I'm going to now push it. So I'm just going to type a commit message, create, not all caps, create, build, and push image job. Well, we won't even need to type a bunch of things because, well, let me just type it like that, job. So I'm going to click commit, yes. And I'm going to sync it to push it. Then right as soon as you push it, you go to your GitHub account. So here in your GitHub, in that repository, and you just click actions here. You can see this is the commit message. You can see it has kicked off the pipeline. Select it right now. You can see the pipeline. If you see them like this, where they are horizontal, it means this job will run first because before this one runs, this is the need that is working. But you can see that it ran this job, right? And when this job ran, it says my pipeline is done and this job did not run. But I'm glad that happened. This is because remember I said if Terraform action is destroyed, it means that our infrastructure state is destroyed. So we don't need to go and there's nothing to build. So that's since I forgot to update my Terraform action to apply, that's why when it ran this job is destroyed and this didn't run. You can see that job didn't run. See, this job was skipped. That's what we want. So I'm just going to go back here and change Terraform action to apply. So once we change Terraform action to apply, we'll click save and I'll push it again. I'll use the same message. Okay. Go to GitHub Actions. I'll click on Actions again. You can see now start the job, building AWS infrastructure. So if you click on the job, you can see more details about what is running. So right now it is on the step running Terraform init. And you can see all the steps in that job based on what we specify in our template that is going to run. Guys, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. So that's this job. Do you guys have any question on that one?
Yes, I do have a question.
Sure.
So at this point, for this job, for this project, if it's more of a confirmation, the build AWS infrastructure as a need is actually in the IT DevOps term is actually known as a dependency. Is it? That's my question.
Yeah, it depends on what type of dependencies you are talking about. Yes, it's not a dependency like if you hear the term dependency is just a loose statement, but it's not. It depends on in what context they are asking you, right? So if they're asking you in the context of a pipeline, of like the GitHub Actions pipeline, yes, this is not this job depends on this job. But
Yes.
is you can call it dependency there, but generally dependency, if we are talking about dependency, it just depends on what context, right? This job depends on this job. This means this job has to run first before this job runs. That's the dependencies they have. In Terraform, there is dependencies, right? If you have to create your VPC before you can launch your EC2, Terraform understands that. So dependencies exist there. So when you say the word dependency, it just depends on in what context.
Context. Okay, got you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So, but really generally speaking, you will see the word when we are saying dependencies, right? We are mostly talking about when you are installing an application, right? Remember, it's the same thing I'll say. When you are installing an application, you have an EC2 instance or whatever, your server, right? So let's say, just think of it like this. So if anything that has to do with dependencies, think of it like this. So you have a server. When you, let's say this is the EC2 that you are using as your server. When AWS gives you the server, the AWS don't know what you are trying to install on it. So they just give you a blank server.
Yeah.
So basically, this is how you have to think about it. If you are trying to install PHP, PHP has its own dependencies, meaning that the things your server must have, the software your server must have for this PHP application to work. That's what now on your blank server, you go and install it. Right? That's what we mean by dependencies. The softwares that must exist on your server for the type of application, the application you are trying to run. Every
Like,
application is different. So
so
here,
like that, something similar, what you're explaining, like, I've forgotten the operation system. Maven would be a dependency on, what application system is that? I've forgotten. Is Maven a dependency in this scenario you just explained?
no, because
Oh.
I don't know if Maven needs PHP. If
No, I'm not
PHP needs,
talking of, I'm not talking of for PHP, like as far as an application needs.
so okay, then I just said PHP, right? Node.js is another application.
Okay.
You install whatever Node.js needs. That you get from their documentation.
Okay.
Right? It's not let me let's just even, I think if we go on Jenkins, maybe we'll see every application is different, right? Every application, the dependencies, what the dependencies that an application will need is different. For every application is different. They don't always need the same thing.
Yes.
So when you were asking me about Maven, I really don't know.
Okay.
You understand? Like,
Yes, I understand what
so
you're saying.
it's
I thought,
like,
I assumed that you knew, so don't worry. But I got your point. I
no,
got
so
your
if you
point.
are installing Maven on your EC2, right? In the
Yes.
Maven's documentation, it will tell you what software you need to install on the Maven, the software you need to install on your EC2 instance, and the configuration you need to set up on your EC2 instance for Maven to work on it.
Okay.
You understand? Every application is different. Let me just try Jenkins, for example. Jenkins. See if I can show you. Yes. Install. Install EC2. Right, Jenkins on AWS. Right, you can see here. Installing Jenkins. Let's just go here. Linux. So you can see here, prerequisites, recommendation. These are the dependencies we are talking about.
Okay.
Software requirements, right? These are the dependencies we are talking about. So this is telling you if you want to install Jenkins on a Linux server, right? Right. And any type of software you are trying to install in their documentation, the requirements will be there. So dependencies, you can also think of it as requirements. So if the word dependencies is a little bit confusing, you can just say, okay, requirements that my server must have to run Jenkins. So you can see here prerequisites. Your RAM must be able to what's the word I'm looking for?
The capacity
Must
of
the
12.
capacity of your RAM must meet this. Gigabyte must meet that in your space. Recommended hardware configuration. So meaning that you need to configure this. These are the things. This is like configuration. Then over here, comprehensive. So this is like a comprehensive documentation if you want to go see. Then you can see software requirements, meaning that on this EC2 you are trying to install Jenkins on, you need to install Java 21, web browser. For Windows operating system, you need this. For Linux operating system, you need the Linux support policy. So this is that's what we are talking about when it comes to like dependencies for any software you are installing in it on the server. And you will get that information in the software's documentation.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Clear drawings. Yeah. So something failed here. So let's see. Yeah. So it is saying working, no such files in the directory, right? So what happens is my file is probably, I'm sure I know my file is there, right? But it is not, my file is there, but it is not probably executable. So that's why it's saying no file is there. Because remember, I just copied these things over. So in case if you guys are getting this, how are we going to fix this now? We can because I ran this on my Mac, so what we can do is let's try this. I know my file is there, right? So let me just make sure that my spelling is, so it is spelling here. It is saying it can't find my build. So you can see here. Let me just rename. I'm going to copy that. And I'm going to Control F, Control V. So I'm assuming it's because this is not executable. So let's just try this. We would, and I'll find, let's just try this. Because I think it's because I copied that script. Remember, I gave you guys the reference file. Then we copied it. Once we copied, whatever executions I've already put on it probably went away. So I'm going to put this job here, right? I'm just going to call it make script execute. Then I'm going to, I should have probably use this one. I'm going to change my working directory. Yeah. And I'm going to run my command. Okay, just making sure. So my command will be chmod +X +X build image, right? And okay, I think I can do it like this. We build image and push image. So I'm just going to do this. I think it's just because we copied it over. So in case if we get this, let's just try this and see. Build image and push image .sh. Because since I worked on this on my Mac computer and I now copied it and sent it to you guys. So that's probably what got rid of that execution on the script. So chmod plus X, build image and push image, right? Let me see that error again. So you can see it checked out our repository, right? And it is trying to build the image, and it is now saying that trying to start the process on working directory. Let me move this up. Why doesn't it show me that thing? There's no such file, right? So I think sometimes when you get this, so it's home, so it's in the Docker, the Docker next app, right? No such file saying can't find. I think it's because the script is not executable. So let's try this. Okay, I'm going to save and push it again. Okay, no, I think my even here. Let me just undo it, undo that. Undo last commit because the name is wrong here. I need to check out name. Make script executable. Scripts executable. Save. Commit. Yes. Okay. Okay. I pushed it. Okay, I'm going to go to my actions. It's running. So this AWS, once it tries to run it, will already find out that, okay, my state, because it's pulling the state from S3, right? So after I initialize, it will run the Terraform plan. It should be nothing to apply, right? So this should move pretty fast. So you can see no change, nothing to apply. And it should move on to the next. I see no changes here. So it should move on to the next job pretty quick. So it's on this job now. Let me go back on this job. It's still failing. Hmm. On bash. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, this is exactly how I ran it on my Mac and it worked. So not sure why. Check out my repository. Build working directory, right? Is Docker. Next up, I'm just trying to see if I'm missing something. So the issue is that he's saying is can't find my file, but my file is there. Docker, or do I have a spelling? Is it Docker? Or do you guys see any maybe an error code trying to process in bash working directory, AWS project, no such file or directory. I checked out my repository here. Let me just ask thing. I'm not sure what I'm missing. What? Check out my repository. Okay, same, but it has. Okay, let me just give it this. Not sure if I have a typo there that I can't see. Okay, no typo in the part. So needs AWS infrastructure, checks our repository, did that. Uh, sometimes that looks correct. The most likely issue is that Docker. Okay, it's saying, let me check my repository. It's saying like it might not be pushing my Docker file into my repository. Oh, that could explain it. So let me see. So here, I'll go back to here. Oh, I see. You guys see it. You guys see it? That's the issue. But why is that though? This but okay, did you guys see the issue, right? I can show you guys. So the issue is I actually don't even need that but I don't know why this is. I think maybe this was um I think this is I really don't know how this become to be, right? Let me just even go in this directory. You can see my file is there. But for some reason, my Docker here is in capital letter. So obviously it's not going to find it. When I have it here in lower cases. So that's where the issue is. So really for this job that the issue is not making it executable. So I'm just going to remove this job. All right. I'm going to save it. Then maybe the easiest thing I can do here is let me select this here and let me see how I can rename this. Uh, let me just ask. me just how I can rename it. But that's so weird. I'm not sure how the D is capital case in my remote repository when it is actually lowercase in my local one. So that's new. Okay. I found. So let me just move this here so you guys can see how I'm troubleshooting it. So first I just paste that error here. So it's saying that the file is not there. Then I paste another screenshot showing it that the file is there. So it said the file is there, but then it now told me that maybe this is not in my repository. So you can see here, maybe it's not pushed. So that's what made me go look in here. Then I now saw that the Docker is spelled with a capital D. So found the issue. Docker is as a D in root repo. Now, it. The way to sense on Git can be case insensitive, especially on Windows, Mac OS. Do it two separate renames. So here I'm going to do my Docker move. Okay. Using PowerShell. Sure. So I'm just supposed to run this command in PowerShell. So I'm going to move this Docker, my I'm going to move that one, the one that's there to temp Docker temp, just move it out of there. Then I'm going to now move the right one. That's how I'm going to rename it. Then I'll do a Docker push. So let me just run this and see. I'm assuming you guys don't have the same issue. I'm the only one that has the same issue. But if you have the issue, that's how you'll do it. So let me just talk this side by side. So I'm going to copy this. I'm assuming, well, I don't even need to do it here in PowerShell. I can do it from. I'm assuming I can run it from here. Let me just confirm. Yeah. Oh, the lower. Just change in I. Okay. It's probably the Docker cache that's doing that. Okay. What directory run this thing? What directory do I run this in? So I'm not sure which directory I'm supposed to run it. Quindami, I'm actually surprised you want to learn. I can teach you. That's no problem. I'm kind of surprised that I'm also kind of excited about it. I'm surprised that you want to learn. Are you tech savvy? But I can teach you. Um, okay, it says I need to run it in my AWS. Okay, same directory I'm in. So I'm glad this is happening because then that's part of how this is always this stuff like this always happens as a cloud engineer. It's rarely anytime you work on something and you're able to deploy it all the way through. So it said I'm supposed to run it here. So I'm just going to uh okay. I'm supposed to run in my AWS, which is where I am now. I'm going to run this. Paste it here. Um, then if you guys get this error, because I'm still not 100% sure what's going on. This is like a Git issue I haven't had before. So I don't necessarily know how to resolve this one. So I'm just going to rely on Claude. So I'm just going to paste that screenshot and paste it here. It's so weird how my okay. Git indexes may already have didn't try this instead. So remove cache Docker. Okay. It's saying I should run this. Yeah, that's so weird. I'm not sure how, because I never always name anything with capital case. Uh-oh. Which directory am I? Oh no, I'm not in the right directory. That's why.
It's not connected. That's
Yeah,
why.
I'm not in the right directory. Yeah, I just realized. No, I'm still in the wrong directory. I need to open my terminal from here. Yeah. So you guys see I'm opening my terminal from here. So it's opening it into the workflow, but I need to just open my terminal here. Is that a terminal? New terminal. So now I'm in the right one. I just close all this. Terminal, new terminal. All right. So that first one is probably gonna work. So let me just try that first one. This one. Um, is this? Okay, that worked. Then I'm going to just run all this together. Okay, it looks like it worked. I'm going to push. Where's my line now? Okay, so let me check my repository now and make sure this is lowercase. Perfect. So I also need to check that my files are there. Good. So I haven't had this issue before, guys. So funny enough, I don't know why. You guys can see that my local one is lowercase and my remote one is uppercase D. I don't know how that happened. And secondly, um, I didn't know how to troubleshoot it. This is the first time I'm having that issue. So that should kick off the pipeline, which it already did. Right.
I
So
remember last class, you actually did that. You cut it before, and I don't know whether anyone can confirm or remember the last class. You actually changed it in your repository from high cap to lower cap before you run it, and we
oh,
didn't
I
have a
did.
problem.
I
Yes,
did.
you
Oh,
yes.
okay. So I think, you know what I think it
Because you
is?
said you explained that you did it on your Apple um laptop, and for some reason you're working on your Windows, and
Mhm.
so you saw that you were able to see that capital D, and in the on the script you changed it to lower D before you processed it through the remote repository. Then
Mhm.
there was no problem.
Okay.
I
I
remember
see.
that.
So I think what it is remember I gave you guys, no, I didn't mean to open that. Remember I gave you guys this reference file. I think this is what happened. Even in this reference file is really not, it's lowercase. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know how it became capital D. I don't know. But that's the issue, right? So in the case where the error was saying that it can't find the directory, but I know the directory is there. And I know since we are checking out the repository, so my initial troubleshooting thing was because sometimes when a file is not executable, it will throw an error too. So that's why I thought it was that. And since once I test that and I realized it wasn't that, I now realize that when I asked AI, it said, okay, the most possible issue, it was like, show me that the path is correct. And the possible issue is that, well, whatever I'm pushing is not in the same repo. So that was what made me go and check the repository. Then I saw that that was a capital D. Yeah, that's going to throw an error, which is why I always advise you guys every time you are naming anything, scripting, for scripting purpose later on, name everything capital. No, not capital, I'm sorry. Name everything lowercase. And if there is a space between two words you are typing, use either an hyphen or underscore. Don't ever use mix match capital and lower. I see people most of the time when you guys, some people are working on Terraform, they will use capital here, lowercase there. It will throw an error at some point. So always use lowercase, underscore for space or hyphen, and you'll be able to avoid issues like this. Okay, you can see my pipeline now, right? You can see it has built my Docker image. That step is done. Now it is scanning my Docker image with Trivy for vulnerabilities, right? So you can see it is doing the scan here. So we're just going to wait for it's going to scan it, then generate the report. Then once it generates the report, then you can, then we'll move on. But obviously now it's because we are testing in dev. So it's going to, I know this image, the application code has vulnerabilities in it. So there's going to be, but it's good because you guys will see the results of the scan, and it is still going to push it to ECR because it's dev. We said in our step code that if there's any vulnerability, still push it. So you can see now it is pushing. It is pushing, Mr. Emmanuel, just a second. So you can see now it is pushing it to ECR. So, and if you look here, the results of the vulnerability, look, there are 19 vulnerabilities, 2 critical ones and 17 highs. I'm pretty sure in that file, in that 3v.json file, if we go look in there, we'll actually see the details of this, right? And also at the end, we would also get a message in Slack with the result of the 3v scan. So this job is done. You can see it has built it and pushed the image to ECR. So if I go in ECR here, Now just go to repositories. In my next repository, you can see the latest image I pushed. This is the time. That's how you know, February 14th at 12:41 p.m. Yep. So that's the image. So that's it for that job. Does Mr. Emmanuel go ahead? And after Mr. Emmanuel, if anyone else has any question, let me know. Mr. Emmanuel, go ahead. Sir? Your voice is very low. I can't hear you at all. It's still low. I can't hear you. Okay. Oh, sorry, Yemi. I'm just seeing your message. Did you Yemi, sir? Go ahead. Yemi, I'll answer you just a second. Sir, Mr. Emmanuel, go ahead.
Are you using free version of Claude, or which version of Claude are you using?
The version of Claude I'm using is I'm using the paid one. So it is Opus 4.6 extended.
Pro Plus.
Yeah, the one that says Opus 4.6.
Okay, thanks.
And I have the extended thinking on.
Okay.
I think they did this for me by default because I didn't change it. But yeah, I'm using the paid one though. I think that this is probably only available on the paid one. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Yemi, do you have did you get the reference file that I sent to you guys last week? Let me just get the link for you.
Okay.
Is in that if you download the reference file, you will see the Docker file, everything is in there. And
Okay.
the script, everything is in there.
Okay.
Okay, let me just get the link for you now. All right, does anyone else have any question before while we're
Hi, sir.
hello?
Yes, okay.
How's it going?
I'm good,
So
you?
good, good. Quick one, right? Thanks
Mhm.
for like actually this is the first time I'm seeing a gig action. I've never like because I'm used to Jenkins, but not like gig action.
Okay,
Thanks for this. Secondly, maybe after the class, I'm having a problem with my Terraform. So wherever I
okay.
wherever I post or I post some file in it or I start typing.
Mm-hmm.
At the end, it just locked me. So I have to like press 000, like orange, zero, like hold for orange kind of stuff, like to unlock myself, then continue with lock me. I don't know. I've tried troubleshooting it all through the week. I don't know
Mm-hmm.
what happened. Maybe after the class, you can just see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, sure. I can help you. I know
Thank you.
how to fix that. That's an easy fix.
Really? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Where's the file I shared with you guys last week? Why can't I see it here now?
What's this?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yes. I don't know if you have that. After the
No,
class.
I I I can't hear you. Your voice was going in and out too.
No. You know?
I can hear you. Oh no, no, I still
Yes.
can't hear you. Okay, so it's wrong.
But now,
Well, are you saying that you want to see me after class? Because I think that's what I'm hearing. No, but I can't hear
yes,
you at all. Okay.
that's what I'm here. That is what I'm saying. Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you
Okay.
now. Okay.
Okay. I don't know what's going on.
All right. Okay. So what time is it? 12. So let's say by 1:30, if we can be done by like how many jobs we can get done by 1:30? Because I do want to spare some time to answer people's questions. Oh, Yemi, this is the link to the file. I pasted I'll send it to you on Zoom.
Okay. Okay.
All right, this is also the link, everyone, to the reference file for this project. All right. All right, on YouTube, do you guys have any questions? Juliet, are you still following Ismail? Everything is still clear so far. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, perfect. A
I'm
question. Do
sorry
you
again.
do you need to specify a
Okay.
runner on every job? Or just a second, I'll get back to you. Can't a runner do all the jobs? Yes. So the thing about it is every job is different. So Talani, how the job works is so every job is like this. So this is your GitHub actions, right? Up here. So you have job one. Let's just say job one, job two, three, and four, and so on. So when job one runs, GitHub will give you a runner. A runner is just a container, or think of it as an EC2 instance, a server that job will run on, right? Once that job is done, this server goes away. It's gone. It's gone 100% forever. Then for your next job, another server comes on, a brand new server. So whatever you did on this server, right, whatever you did in this job is gone with that server. So that's why when you say that anything we do on this job in our, let me show you. That's why you see that anything we do on this job in our code, let me close this. So I saw for the first job, anything we did on that job, things that we want to take out of that job so we can use it later on, we output them and store them in our GitHub Actions environment. So you can see here we are storing in GitHub Actions environment and we now output it. So that's how other jobs are able to use it. But in terms of the each jobs, it is a different server that is running the jobs. That's why you can't use the same runner. That's why we are using the type of runner we are using is the same Ubuntu. When we specify Ubuntu latest, meaning that they will provide the runner for us, right? But when they are providing it, they are not providing you the same one runner throughout all your jobs. It's a separate runners they are providing. I mean, there's probably a reason behind that, but I'm not 100%. I don't 100% know the reason. Okay. Um, someone has a question. I'm not,
Yeah, I
sorry.
do.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So can you go back to your Terraform, like where you have the code? Yeah, I was reading something like I was going through the documentation and
Mhm.
this dot ignore file, right? I saw that like you store sensitive data on it that you don't want it to expose on your remote
Mm,
repo in case if you are
mhm.
sharing your repo due to like security reason. Is that true?
Yeah, so the dot ignore are any files that I'm working on here
Mm-hmm.
that I want to exist on my local repository, but I don't want to push to my remote repository. So any of those files, all I just do is in my dot ignore, I'll just come and list the file names here. So it can be a file name, it can be directory, it can be anything.
Okay, so quick one, right? How do you add like because I tried doing this, it was not working for me, right? Because I
Mhm.
try hide my state file and the one for my variable and all like so how do you the syntax of putting them with like every file has a syntax like in sense that like I'm saying star.tf state like how like can you explain it for me?
So what is probably happening is the fact maybe the your .git ignore is
Mm-hmm.
not in your remote repository because it must be in your remote repository.
Mm-hmm.
So if I go here, right? If I go in my remote repository, you can see my .git ignore is there.
You're
So
right,
from
sir.
there, it is able to track everything. So the
You're
first thing
right.
you have to do is get your .git ignore in your remote repository. So from there on, it will start tracking it.
Okay,
So
thank you.
I think there's a way you can add a file here. So but you- so I haven't just asked Claude or ChatGPT. My .git ignore is on my local, not in my remote. How do I get
Mm-hmm.
it to my remote?
Mm-hmm.
I just always add it in the beginning when I create the repo. So I haven't had to troubleshoot
Those
having
stuff.
it in my, yeah, because I think yours, you created it afterwards.
Yeah,
So now that
afterwards, you're right,
now
sir.
that you are pushing it, it's still not, that's
It's
because
not showing.
it's not
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Try this add file and see if you can add file. But the reason why I don't want you to just do this automatically is because if you do it like this, then your remote will be different from your local
It'll be
one.
ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So there's probably a way to do it. Just
Okay, sir.
yeah, just look at that one. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
No problem. All right. Mr. Larry, go ahead.
Yeah, Aziz, thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay. What is the difference between open the terminal in the integrated terminal and
Okay,
open it from the top like you did in this
cool.
exercise?
Yes, sir. So when I was doing open, I'm so used to doing open and integrated terminal. So when you do open and integrated terminal here, right, it is going to open it into whatever you are selecting. So that's why I always do this, because for a lot of the codes we run, we are always running them in the directory, right? So when I was doing that open and integrated terminal, right, my selection was this at that time. You see, I selected this, right? So if I go and do open and integrated terminal, did I select it? Open and integrated terminal. Now my terminal is slow. Right, it's not working, right? So I think at that point, my selection was here. It was somewhere here on this file. So if I select open and integrated terminal, right, you can see it is the point of the open integrated terminal is if it would help you open into the current directory you are selecting.
Okay.
So you can see I'm selecting this file and I want to open into that directory so I can run my command. That's why I always use open integrated terminal. Because for Terraform, all of our Terraform code is here, right? And you need to run Terraform apply from in here. So I would just click any file in that directory and say open in integrated terminal. So it would open my terminal into that directory. You can see the directory part is Terraform next app. Terraform next app. So here I can run my Terraform apply. The same thing is just opening the terminal into here. Because if I type ls here, you can see all my Terraform file, the same files that are there. So it's just a fast way to open into whatever directory you want to open to. But if I just did just terminal, new terminal, right? Terminal does not care about what I'm selecting. It would open it into the root,
The project folder.
the project folder, exactly, sir. It will open into that one. So the
Okay.
terminal always opens into the project folder. It doesn't matter whatever I'm selecting here, but open integrated terminal will open whatever you are selecting, the directory where that thing is located.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
cool. All right, someone else has a question? All right, cool. Let's move on to the next job. For the next job, we are going to, so we just did job 2. So we are going to do job 3, where we will create a new task definition. So just like we copied that one, so select anywhere here. You can start on line 155 and drag it down, but you can put your mouse here in the beginning, go all the way down here. Then I'm just going to hold the shift key and I'll click on line 193 to select everything like this. And once you select it, I'm going to copy, and here I'm going to paste it here. So remember, when you are pasting it, make sure your cursor is also at the beginning of whatever line you put your cursor on and paste it there. So that's the only way you will keep the indentation. So remember, your job must line up. That's why they have those lines there to show you how everything is lined up. That's just YAML. That's why a lot of people don't like working in YAML because YAML is very picky about the indentations when other languages really not. It's like JSON is forgiving, but not YAML. I think that should be there. Sorry. So in this job, we are going to, that is the third job, right? We've already done this job, job 2. We are on job 3. We're going to build our tax definition, right? The reason why we want to build our tax definition is because we talk about we've created our job. Anytime, let's say we had to rebuild our Docker image, we had to update our Docker image or the application code got updated and stuff like that. Then the changes got pushed. That means we will rebuild our Docker image. Once we rebuild our Docker image, in order for us to update our ECS Fargate service, we have to update the tax definition that the Fargate service is using. So that's what we are doing here. We'll update the tax definition with the new image. Then we can now use that tax definition to update the Fargate service. That is how ECS works. So that's why this job is updating the tax definition, right? So this is the name of the job, the name in this code to track it. And this is the name you will see in the console when the job is building. So here, it is going to need, remember, this is what it depends on. It is going to depend on this job. So let's just copy this job. It is going to depend on this job because we want the AWS, deploy AWS infrastructure job to run first. So it's going to depend on this job. So you paste that one here. And it is also going to depend on this job because we can't update our tax definition if we have not built our Docker image. So I'm going to copy this job name and paste it here. All right. Then for the condition, right? It is the same thing as this one, right? The condition is just saying that if Terraform is applied, then we will run this job. It means our state is up. If Terraform is destroyed, then we don't have to run this job. So we can just copy the same output we put here on the if. So it's going to be the same thing. So we'll copy it and we'll paste it here under if. Then runs on. We are going to select is the same. Oh, sorry, I was reading someone's comment. So after we add the depends on, we are going to run it on Ubuntu latest. So it is the same. It is the same one here. So Mr. Tolani, another thing I forgot is, so the runner we are using here is because we don't want to be in charge of managing that server. We just want to focus on just building our pipeline. So that's why we are using Ubuntu latest, which is what GitHub will provide. But if you want the same, like your question is like, if you want the same runner to run all your jobs, then you can create what they call a self-hosted runner. The self-hosted runner means that you will go and launch an EC2 in your AWS account and you will turn it into a GitHub runner. There's like a command you have to run on the EC2 to turn it into a GitHub runner. So once you turn into a GitHub runner, then when you are specifying in your job here, you will now say, you will specify that you want to run it on your own self-hosted runner. So that means you are using one server to run the jobs. So sometimes company might not want to use the runner that comes with GitHub. They might want to, for whatever reason, might want to use their own runner. And how that works is you just launch an EC2 instance. there's commands that GitHub gives you that you run on that EC2 instance to turn it into a runner. That will connect it with GitHub. Then you can now run your job. So when you on your job, once as we're creating the job now, here under the run zone, you will just say self-hosted runner or whatever it requires, right? And it will pick up that runner in your AWS account. But the thing about that is you are responsible for managing the EC2 instance, and the EC2 instance has to always run for it to work when you are running your job. All right. So here, once we update it, the step under the step, these are things we want to do in this job. We want to get the current revision of our tax definition, because you guys know that the tax definition, AWS does not delete it. AWS just always increment the version. As you update it, AWS will increase the version. So we want to get the current version of the tax definition, and you will see the reasons why we are doing that later on. So here, there's nothing you guys need to change here. So this is just going to get the current version of the tax definition. So here under the ECS family, it is getting the output from the Terraform output, right? So here is getting the Terraform output tax definition. So whatever name we give our tax definition here, tax definition name, it is getting that value here. Once it gets the value, it is now running. Once it gets the value, it is now using it to get the current tax definition revision, right? So it is getting the value here. Then it is now going to run ECS describe tax definition. Then once we describe the tax definition, remember the tax definition, I can show you guys. I think with the tax definition, I should be able to show you guys. So here, if we go to ECS, tax definition, you can see here, my tax definition is on version 23, right? So here, if we look at this tax definition in JSON, right? So you can see the JSON thing. So let's look for where the revision is right here. You can see the revision is right here. So in this tax definition, you can find the revision. I think the revision is its own key. Yeah, the revision is its own key, right? So you can see the revision is here. That is why when you look in the code, right? That's why when you look in the code, when we describe our tax definition, right, we will query what we get, right? And we will now find the tax definition under that query, right? So this is how we will do it. So when we describe the tax definition, I don't even know why I removed that query, because that is like a bunch of stuff we have to type. But let me, because I want to make sure we get it right. So query, you can see here, but I mean, it's really not that bad, right? So you can see here, we need to update this here. So just like I showed you guys in the tax definition, you'll find the revision here. So you can see revision is under tax definition. So you can see here, tax definition. And under this tax definition, all this falls under it. So it is tax definition. Let me see. I may be getting ahead of myself. Yeah, so it is under it. So you can see revision. So how we would when we get the JSON, that's how it will look. So how we would do it is the query we want to query is not this tax definition revision, but it is not showing here. But when the document comes, the top level, because it's not, this is equals to something, right? I wish I can show you guys, but it's not showing you here. This whole JSON is going to be equals to something. So out here, it would be tax definition. So that's what we want. So here, just copy. I want you, the tax definition is spelled like this. I'll paste it for you guys. So copy this one and use this. I shouldn't have removed that query, but use this. Okay. Oh, okay, Wisdom. I'll share with you. Sorry, guys, I'm just copying the link to share with someone. This is the link. So this, you guys understand what I'm saying, right? This old JSON is it will be tax definition equals to this JSON. So that's why we need, when we are querying that document, right here, that's where we are going to put the tax definition. So do it like this. It will be tax definition. So in this revision here, we're going to paste that tax definition dot, right? Remember that tax definition is equal to that JSON. So in that JSON, right, if you scroll down, the key we want to query is revision. So you can copy the name of that key, revision, or type it. I was like, so it'll be tax definition dot revision. So paste it, output, right? So that's how we are going to get the latest revision of that tax definition. So when we get the latest revision of that tax definition, then we are just creating another environment variable saying current tax definition revision equals to whatever we get from running this command. Because remember, look here, this command, we are outputting it to current revision. So we are saying we are going to current tax definition revision equals whatever output we get from this command, and we are going to store it as a GitHub environment so that it is there. So right now that my revision is at 23, I'm getting that 23 and I'm storing it in my GitHub environment. So that's what is going on here. Then here is where I'm going to create a new tax definition. So in my new tax definition, I'm going to get the name of my tax definition, right? Which is the same thing. I'll put it from in the deploy AWS infrastructure Terraform job, right? So needs deploy AWS infrastructure output, tax definition name. Then the environment, I also need image name, which I also output from that job, right? Or the thing about it here is for the image name, I don't think I output it, but we can construct our image name. The image name is always your AWS account ID dot dkr dot ecr. That's pretty much the directory in ECR. So if we look here in ECR, the directory structure is always the same. So repository, nest, here. So you can see it is your account ID dot dkr dot ecr dot the region dot aws.com and your Docker image name and your Docker image tag. So that is the structure. It is always the same. So here you can see our account ID dot dkr ecr dot the region dot aws.com dot our image name dot our image tag. All these values, we stored it up here. We stored it up here in our global environment. So you can see here, we have our image name, image tag, AWS account ID, and what else? And region. and region. So since we studied that, the job can use it. So that's what we're doing here, right? So once we create that environment variable, tax definition, right? We are going to get our tax definition. And this is the CLI command to get your tax definition. So it's just AWS ECS describe tax definition, right? With the flag tax definition, and it will use the name, whatever name we got here. No, whatever name we got here. You can see ECS family. That's what. So it's just getting your tax definition. Once you get your tax definition, you have to now create a new version of that tax definition. So how you create a new version of it is, so here we are creating a new version of the tax definition, which you can see here, this tax definition, whatever we get here, we store it as an environment variable tax definition. Then we now create a new version of that tax definition, which is, we say new, this is just an environment variable. We are echoing this tax definition here, and we are using the JSON manipulating. This is like a, for those of you that remember the name, please remind me. But I always just call it JQ. I don't think I ever know the full name. But it is what you can use to manipulate JSON, pretty much edit a JSON file in your script. So we are using JQ to edit it, right? So here for the image, we will now put our new image, right? The one we just built, we'll put it here. And when you edit a tax definition, you have to delete, there are some attributes that comes with the tax definition that you don't need. So you can see here, we say tax definition, the things we have to delete, because remember you are creating a new tax definition. So it wouldn't come with an ARN. Just like here, in that tax definition that I was showing you, right? So when you are creating a new tax definition, you will copy this. What some people do is they will download this JSON, right? And copy it. When they now download it, they will now put their new image there. But when you are putting your image, remember when you download it, it will come with ARN and some other things that you don't need. So you have to delete it in your new version. So this is from the AWS documentation. So that's what our code is doing here. So when we get that JSON, we now put our new image there, here. We will now delete the things we don't need, which is the tax definition ARN, the revision, status, requires attributes, compatibilities, and so on. All these values you are seeing here, all these keys that comes in that tax definition, we are deleting it. So now this is the, once we do that, we are now getting the new revision. So this is running this CLI command, right? AWS ECS register tax definition, right? And we are using our new tax definition, right? Then once we use our new tax definition, we are now using that same JQ to get the new revision. So remember, the new revision will be under tax.revision. So that's how we get the new revision, and we store the new revision as an environment variable right here. So here, just follow the, no, I don't mean to do that. So here, the way you follow it is just follow the environment variable's name. You'll see this a lot in scripting, where you will take when you are running a command, right? You will see this a lot. And even your senior engineers at your company, they will tell, anytime you write a code, they will tell you that's how to do it. Sometimes when you are running a command, like a CLI command, you are taking the result of that CLI command or whatever command you are running and storing it as an environment variable. So when you run another command, they can use the result. You will see that a lot. So that's pretty much what's going on here. We are running a command here, storing it as an environment, the result as an environment variable, so that another command here can use it. When we get the result of these two, we store it as an environment variable so that another command here can use it. So you'll see that a lot. So once we've done that, so basically the gist of this is we are updating our tax definition and we are getting the previous revision before we update it and the new revision after we update it. And so you can see for this job, Tolani, that's what I was saying, because that container is going to go away after this job is done. We are getting the new revision of our tax definition, and we are storing it as an environment variable. And we're also storing the current revision of the tax definition before we update it and storing it as an environment variable because we're going to need it later on. So we are outputting it out of this job so other jobs can use it. And that's pretty much all we need to do here for this job. What time is it? We have maybe 15 more minutes. So I'm going to save this job. I'm just going to push it. So please note that my current tax definition was 23, right? So by the time we run this job, it should change to 24. I'm going to push this. Just going to say update tax definition. I just put TD for tax definition. Commit, yes, and sync changes. Okay. So I'll go straight to GitHub Actions. Actions here. You can see it is running. I'm going to click it. So it would always start on your AWS infrastructure, which you guys are seeing how everything now connects. You're seeing how everything now connects and why we did everything from the get-go, from project one, we did everything the right way. In our Terraform infrastructure, if we were storing our Terraform state file locally, the jobs would not be able to access the state of the Terraform because remember, when the job stops running, the container goes away. That includes any file that is on that container. But because our state file is in S3, every single time the build AWS infrastructure job runs, it is always going to S3 to pull the current state of the state file to use it. So now it is building our Docker image again. So this shouldn't take too long. There's probably, but I'm not going to work on that here, but this could also be ways you guys can improve it. There's probably a condition we can add to this job to build scan and push Docker image that if, because our Docker file has not changed and the application code has not changed. So maybe if we want to make it faster, where the same thing we did with Terraform, where if Terraform applies this, then don't run this. So we can work the same condition to it. They're saying, I'm sure there's a way we can add a condition to it for this job not to run if certain things didn't change. So it could be something you guys can do to work on it to improve it. But we're just going to wait for this to run. Then after this, the next job should run. So here, the jobs that are running are here under summary. You can see them. This job is going to run. Then after that, then the create tax definition will run. Here in my tax definition, you can see my dev nest. It is currently on version 23. So after that job runs, this should be 24. Where did my 22 go? That's weird. Yeah. Oh, I see this thing is skipping by 2. Maybe I deleted them at some point. I don't know. But I haven't touched anything, so I'll see. But whatever the next one is going to use, it should be higher than this 23. Let's just say that. So it's still building my Docker image. Now it is scanning the image again. But in the meantime, does anyone have any questions?
So quick one, right? I'm just curious. So like our tasks now in like if we're working in the real world, you know, you have like so many code. So it's just for us to go into like the developer will give us all these things just for us to go to the file since we understand the basic sorry, the concepts. So we just go and just edit and put them and let run our job, or we're the one creating all this code.
It depends on yes and no. So if it's a new project you are working on and you are building a pipeline for, you'll be the one creating the code. But if it is like, let's say for the pipeline they already have, and they just want to edit something, then you would do the same way you say you would just come there, edit the file, and you'll be
Okay,
done.
sir. Sorry. Like so, like is there any like is there going to be like a documentation because all this code like I understand the concept like I can like see some things I understand but me writing all this code like is hard.
No, it's not. You can write it. You can write it. So how you should, because it's like we are doing it. Um, don't look at what I want you to do is don't look at the code as a whole. Look at
Okay.
it section by section. That's why
Section
I've
by
broken it
section.
down into sections for you,
Mm.
right? So the first thing how you will practice this is the first thing you want to do is write a code, create a pipeline job, right? That applies your Terraform code. That's all this one is doing. So you don't even have to do all this thing that I'm doing here. Just write a pipeline code that applies Terraform,
Mm.
right? Then once you now do that, then now say, okay, there are certain values in Terraform that I want to output out into my pipeline. Then do that. And before you know it, you are done here. That's all this is. It's true, when you look at script you didn't write, it always looks intimidating. It looks like it's a lot, but it's really not,
Okay.
right? So these are things you already know, right?
Mm.
Right?
You're right.
You know that when you are running Terraform, you need to set up your SSH keys, not
Yeah.
SSH like your access key and secret access keys, right? So that is what this is doing. Then you need to install Terraform. That's what this is doing. Then once you install Terraform, you need to go into the directory where your Terraform code is and run Terraform init. That is what this is doing. Then you run Terraform plan. That is what this is doing. Run Terraform apply. That is what this is doing. Then we output it, right? That's what this is doing. It's not difficult,
It's not you sure.
right? And you said the key thing that I like, you know that you understand the concept. If you understand the concept, that's what you are doing. So you guys don't always look at the code as a whole. Yes, I actually just started a new project and they are actually using Jenkins. I don't have that much experience with Jenkins. Their pipeline is very advanced. The code is a lot, but you are right. When they give you a work to do, you will only be working with certain part of the code. It's not like the entire code you have to know. So they might give you a task now. They say, okay, we want you to change this setting here. You just go to that part of the code, change the setting, and be done. So yes, looking at the full code is always intimidating if you didn't write it, but you just have to break it down into smaller pieces, right? So I say in this whole pipeline, first start with one job, one thing. Then you go from one thing to two things to three things. Then before you know, you have a full code. Look at our Terraform code, right? This is our Terraform code. If you've done the Terraform project, we didn't write all of this at once, right? We wrote it piece by piece, and we end up with this full code.
Yeah,
That's
you're
how
right.
that's how you approach it. Which is why when I was giving you guys the proposal, to really get an understanding of things, it will take weeks. It is not just or I did the project, I completed, I saw my site. It will take weeks if you are studying all these things and getting a deeper understanding of okay, why this is like this, why that is like that. That level of paying attention to details and doing things takes weeks. So you
Now
can do
you're
it.
actually right, like because sometimes when I troubleshoot, like I'll just like so if I try to do some code, like if it's not working, then I just like go down and see the little message. I'll like, okay, this is it. Then when I correct it, we're like, oh, Charlie, I think I'm improving because before then, like I will do before I understand. Like you said, you don't need to rush. It's just patient with the code and careful.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Yes, you are right. And also, you guys always remember when, even at your company, you are not going to be working with the entire code. One task they will give you will not be the entire code. Even if that code is 10,000 lines, it's not, they're not going to say, do all these things. It will be a particular section in that code that you will be working with at a time. When and if it is a thing where it's a new pipeline, you are building the code, there will be other people on your team to build. Well, if you know what you are trying to build, then you can just start writing the job for it one at a time. Before you know, you have the whole job. You have multiple jobs doing different things, right? So, yeah. So that job is
Yes, Aziz,
done.
I
Yes, go
endorse
ahead.
you.
Yes, go ahead.
It takes time to absorb the content, to understand the concepts fully. It takes time.
Yes, I agree. It does take time. Which is why when I was, which is why on the site, when I'm telling you guys, when I'm proposing a schedule, when I'm proposing a schedule for you guys to learn here, right? That's why I'm saying it's not going to
Yes,
take
right.
you 12 weeks to cover cloud practitioner solutions architect. If you're just watching it by hours, the videos are recorded. It's not going to take 12 weeks. But to really get a good understanding, to make sure you are covering all your bases, it will take that long. So which is why I said, so you can now see the GitHub Actions job, right? This is like what
Yes,
3 weeks. The video would probably be like 3 hours long or 4 hours long, or probably less than that, maybe like 2 hours long. But for you to really dissect all the jobs, understand every single thing that is in it, yes, you need to spend at least 3 weeks on it. So that's part of the reasons why I even put this proposed schedule here. So you guys
yes.
don't just
But
think, go ahead, go ahead.
I think I think now that after completing the projects, you should go for the exams. Before doing the projects, like I did, I passed the Solutions Architect
Good,
Associate
good.
on
Yes.
26th of the projects. But now I think that if you attempt the uh, exam after completing and understanding the concepts, how different services work together, so it will be much easier for you to pass the exam. Maybe I think maybe I am wrong, but
Yeah. No, you are right. I think the more you do, the more you understand
it's
the
how I
concept.
think now.
And yes, I agree. I agree. The more you do, the more you understand, and it will help you when you work on the exam. I agree. So, which is why we also have assignment. If you feel you are done with the project, you feel bored, then do the assignment, try to build your own pipeline using the other application code and try to use what you learned from which is why I said when you do the assignment, don't use the videos, use your notes. And that's once you build like that, trust me, you will understand it. And when you are writing your code, you can type notes there to help you um, remember certain things you are doing somewhere. Some things you don't need to memorize. Really, this code, I don't have it memorized. I can just look at it and concept-wise, I know what it is doing. And if you don't understand anything, paste it in like a AI, tell it to explain it to you. You know, the concept is always the biggest part of it. You need to just understand what you are trying to do. Then the little part in it will be easy, you know. So That's how I'll
Oh,
say.
Aziz, sorry, where can I see the assignment then? Like,
Is in your reference file.
is it with this
So
this new project you are doing or the
no,
one you
it's
have
the
in your
same code from project 2. Project 2.
project too?
So you said you completed project 2, right?
Yeah, I did.
Did you complete it from here or you completed from the website?
The website, sir.
Okay. So I don't have it in, well, I do have it. So I've already updated project 1 and 2, right? So let me
Okay,
show you.
then I'll go back again.
So
Thank you.
if you, yeah, I updated it, right? So if you go in that, how do I get to, there's no, let me, hold on. So if you go in that project 2, let me show you. So just come here. Library. So if you go in your project 2 here, not this one, I mean project 3 actually, dynamic one, right? I updated it, this course information. There is this, just download this. You'll see the assignment in there.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we're done. I think we can probably stop here today since how many jobs do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we have a lot. Well, it's not really a lot, but hopefully next week we can just try to finish it. So the and again, once we introduce a job, I kind of want you guys to have time to dissect it instead of just rushing through it. So let's just review the tax definition. So you can see here the previous one was 23. If I click refresh, you can see my new one is 24. So that means that job worked. So because some people have some questions and I do have to run again today. So let's just end here. Are you guys okay with that, or should we do one more? So we have tax definition. The only next one we have to do is this ECS one, which really there isn't much to do here. So
I
I
have a
think,
quick question.
sure.
Sorry. I came late into this project. I think I came in project 3. What is this tax definition all about? Can you give me a high level definition of tax definition of what's all about? Is it for the Fargate?
Yes, so tax definition is what is as your, so if you look at it, you can kind of see what is in it, right? This is the tax definition. So it has things like the name of your container, what you will name your container, the image you are using, um, and things like environment variables. And there's not much in it. So it's just a JSON file that Fargate will use to launch your container. So it's pretty much specifying the configuration of your container, what the configuration your containers will meet. You can see here the ports it will use and all that stuff.
So
So
basically, is this a way of keeping track of the updates of your containers, like you said, and
it is
keeping
what you
track of it?
use. Yeah, it is what you use to launch it. And yes, maybe by AWS keeping the versions, that's also
Yeah.
to keep track. Also, in case of rollback,
Yes.
in the case you want to roll back, then you can always roll back. So let's say I update my tax definition, I build my Docker image, right? And I went to the tax definition and I changed it. And now my new tax definition revision is 24. Let's say I now go and deploy that in ECS. It didn't work, then I can roll back to 23.
3. And that
Yeah.
way, it's okay. It's about
Yeah. So
it's
yes,
above.
it's for tracking purposes, and it also contains what configuration you want your containers to have, like your Fargate containers you are running, what image they will use, the size of the container, all that stuff is in there. The IAM role they will use, everything is in the tax definition.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no problem.
Sorry,
Oh,
Aziz.
yes.
You talked about JQ the other time. I mean, as part of being JSON, I'm not too sure how you used it or how you define it, but I know you talked as part of how to transform JSON data or something like that. Can you just please explain a little bit about JQ?
Okay, yeah, let me just even look it up. So JQ is let me just ask this thing. So JQ is let's just do it because every time I'm trying to ask, let me just we can do this, right? Copy this. Let me see. What JQ? What is JQ? And do this content. Right. So what does JQ mean and do in this context? So it will explain it, right? So JQ is a command line on JSON processor. In this context, it is pretty much taking the ECS tags definition, which is JSON, and modifying it, right? So pretty much it says like a command line on JSON processor. So the the thing about it is like the gist about it is what you can use to manipulate a JSON file in your code. So when you are scripting and the file is a JSON file and you want to do something with, you want to edit that JSON file, you will use JQ. It's one of the things you can use, JQ, right? And this JQ has to be installed on the server. So I'm pretty much sure with the reason why we are not installing it on the GitHub Actions is because they already know a lot of people will be manipulating JSONs in their job. So it already comes installed on the runner that we are using, right? So it is already there. So basically to use it, all you have to do is specify JQ. Then you can now, let me just place point to the JQ documentation. All right. This is the documentation, right? So you can see invoking JQ. All you have to do is, yeah, type JQ, right? So there's now like different things you can do. Like there's different, you can see that there's a different flag, JQ flag you can use that does different things. So once you invoke the JQ for that JSON, you can now say, okay, I think the one we are using here, if you look at our pipeline job, you can see the one we are using here is argument, right? So F dash ARG. You can see argument here. This can be overridden in the command line with argument. So the argument is just like pretty much what you are trying to pass, right? Right. So I think there's another one we are using in our code. Let me see. Let me see. To FJQ. Right. So I guess most times you really don't even have to pass an argument, but once you invoke it, right, you can just use it to manipulate the JSON. Just think of it like Scripting means that all the work, like for example, the runner is running. We don't have access to it and it's doing whatever it's doing. So while you are getting the JSON file and you know you need to delete something in the JSON file, right? JQ is what will allow you in that whole runner space when it is running to manipulate that JSON file, right? So which is brings me back to the concept. Now, how you will use it is now if you know what you are trying to do, you can always look it up. So if I want to use JQ to delete a certain key in a JSON file, I'll just look up how to use JQ to delete a certain key in a JSON file, and it will give you an example. Then you can now use it. You understand? So there's a lot of writing, testing, researching that goes to writing script. It's just not you're supposed to know everything at once, right? So basically the point of JQ is to manipulate a JSON file, which was why I was saying that here there's a tax definition. The tax definition, when our pipeline is calling it, it will come in a script. I mean, it will come in a JSON document, right? Most of the things you'll be making a request to, and you are getting an output, those output are most likely always in JSON because JSON is very easy to work with. So once we get the JSON, we are saying that when we create the new tax definition, we have to delete the ARN. So we just use JQ, and in that JQ, right here, JQ here, and we're deleting these keys. Let me see if that is in the documentation. So, but I'm pretty sure all that stuff comes from this documentation. Let me try. So you can see right here. It's a built-in function. DEL removes a key and its corresponding value from an object. That's exactly what we did. So you can see DEL, then the key you want to remove, right? So in our thing, DEL, right? The key we want to remove. So all these keys, so if I can copy one random one here, all these keys that we want to remove from the new tax definition we are building, right? Because if I Control F, Control V, you can see these things are there. Because it's the same thing when you want to create a JSON, right? You can, let's say you want to create another tax definition using the JSON document. You download the JSON, right? This is the JSON. Right, once you download it, right? You update your image name. So let's say my image, my new image is updated. I update my image name. But to be able to use this now updated tax definition this updated tax definition, you have to delete some keys there because you don't need to have the ARN there because it's not going to be the same ARN as the previous one. So it is telling you you're not going to need this registered stuff. So if you were creating this manually, this is how you would do it. So the question now comes is, how would you do the same exact thing I just showed you how to do with you deleting all this stuff manually? How would you do that in your pipeline? And you use JQ. That's how to look at it. So again, it goes back to the concept. If you know what you are trying to do, you will find out the solutions.
So what you just did right now, is it what they call like updating an image ARN? Like you want to like you have a previous version and you want to call hardening an image. Like what you just did, you just took a previous like I'm gonna say template and now you're deleting what you want from that template that is not necessary and putting what you need uh, in security purposes. For security means putting necessary attributes, so to say, to
Your
harden it. Okay,
No, that's
that's
you
different.
are overthinking it.
Okay.
So all I'm doing is I'm creating a new version of my tax definition. So because AWS, the best way, which is why I'm saying the best way to create a new definition is if you create a new definition from the console here, right? It's equivalent to me doing this. What I just did is equivalent to me doing this. Right. I come here, I change whatever I need to change. When AWS creates the new tax definition, AWS automatically remove those things that I was saying.
Yeah.
Right. But there will be times where you like when we are working in the pipeline, right? We can't just come to the console and create it, right? So how we create it is you manipulating the JSON file,
Okay.
right? So what I'm saying is in the JSON file, you change whatever you want to change there. But also in that same JSON, because the JSON file you copied is the print for the previous image, the previous tax definition, the print for the previous tax definition. And there are some things in there that are not needed when you are creating a new image. So it's just a shortcut, right?
Yeah,
So
that's why I call it a template.
so exactly. So you use it as a template, but it is not anything for security purpose or anything for it's just
No, I was just going out of scope. Like for some reason, like if you they give you a new task and they say create hiding this image, you can also use this step of using a previous template, a previous JSON template, and hiding the image, because at the end of the day, you're creating an image. So I'm just going out of scope saying you for security purposes, you can harden the image and manipulate basically the attributes of what you're trying to build.
yeah, but so think of it as a launch template, right? You know, when we create EC2 and launch EC2 instance and launch template for an EC2 to launch an EC2 instance, it's just a profile that so the image, if you want to harden the image, that will be done in 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 um in making sure that the application code you are using does not have vulnerabilities in it, right? That will be done in those things. For this tax definition, it is just a template that we are using to tell ECS, this is what we want our container. This is how many container I want you to run. This is the tax rule. This is the tax execution rule. That is it. The image hardening is not done anywhere here. Yeah, but JSON on JQ is just used to manipulate
No,
JSON file,
JSON,
right? Yeah.
JQ stands for jQuery, where you're querying the
A JSON file.
JSON file. Yeah.
All right. Would we need to roll back? Yes. So, Satolani, that's why the tax definition has different revisions. So, in the tax definition, you can see I'm currently on revision 24. I'm currently on revision 24. You can see all the revisions here. AWS don't delete it. So if we when we create a new tax definition now that has a new image update, if we use that to deploy our ECS and the ECS packet fails, we can revert back to 23 that was working. And that's what our pipeline would do once we get to that job.
And all this tax definition are stored in the S3 buckets, right?
No, they are in AWS. They are not in S3 bucket. They are right here in AWS in the ECS console.
ECS, okay.
If we run multiple environments like dev stage and prod, how will we structure the pipeline to look the way it is implementing branch strategy? Yeah, so you can there's different ways you can do it, right? You can so we probably won't cover it here, but the simple way that I'm doing it is The simple ways that I'm doing it is I'm just here. We have an environment variable that says that we are deploying to dev. So we're saying that we have an environment that is deploying to dev. So if our environment, just a second, I think
usually like to
I
travel
didn't realize that is unmuted.
Where am I coming?
So yeah. So we have, where was I? I lost my train of thought. So yes, we have an environment variable here. We have an environment variable here that is saying that we are deploying to dev. So as long as this environment variable is true and deploying to dev, right, it would automatically just create deploy to that environment, right? So you can have it to prod and it will create it to prod, right? The main thing is the access key and secret access key that we are using, right? So this pipeline is using an access key and secret access key. So whatever account that access key and secret access key is configured in, that's the account it will deploy to. But there's different ways to do it. You can also do it by branch too, which I've seen it done both ways. I've seen most companies do it. I've seen companies do it by branch, and I've seen them do it by just environment variables like that. So yeah, but you can definitely take this pipeline and improve it. So you can now say, okay, you know what? I have a pipeline that fully works. Okay, I want to deploy it into multiple environment. It will just be a minor tweak of things here and there that you can use to deploy into another environment. All right. The environment variable in GitHub Actions, the .env environment variable in GitHub Actions YAML file, are they supposed to be hard coded? Or what is the best practice? Which .env are you saying? We don't have a .env. Mr. Tolani, which .env file are you saying? You're talking about this env here? Yeah, your pipeline will always have environment variables. So these are values we can expose. They are not secret values. The secret ones, we've put them in the pipeline secrets. So these ones here, we can expose them. It doesn't hurt anything. So if you look at our pipeline, we are using, you can see for the SSH keys, we are using it secrets because we have put those as secret. Yeah, you can have environment variables in your pipeline because these are values. These don't hurt anything. So you can see this environment variable we create here. We are storing it as a secret. It doesn't have a value. So when the pipeline is running, it will go and pick it up from the vault. What kind of ruling strategy are we using here? I mean, like, so in this pipeline, we haven't got to it yet, but the pipeline is, I think it's blue-green. We can call it blue-green. So basically, when we deploy, there are two things we are checking. We are checking that our website is up and running, and we're also checking that the desired capacity of our tags is whatever we have desired capacity and whatever is running, they are equal to each other. If those two conditions are met, then we will pretty much push that deployment through and our deployment is done. But if those checks are failing, we will just revert back to. So the type of deployment we are doing here is we will revert back to the previous tags definition. So automatically, we haven't done that job yet, but when we finally finish building our pipeline, if anything fails, it will revert back to the previous tags definition. So, and within ECS itself, ECS also has its own way it updates stuff. So there's like a rolling type of updates in ECS that we can include in our Terraform to say when we are updating our service, this is how we want our containers, our tags to update. So for this one, you can call it blue-green because we are making sure that the new deployment is up and running 100% before we remove the old one. So with this one, I think we should have 0 downtime. For the Docker file, after building it, the size is quite heavy, about 1 gigabyte. How can I reduce? So if you want to reduce your Docker file, how do I reduce it to make it make the Docker file, Docker image lighter? If you want to reduce your Docker file, so what makes the Docker file heavy is the things you are doing on it, right? So you see all this run, they are creating a layer on your Docker file. So you can probably look up how to improve the size of a Docker image. So all these things are called layers, right? They are adding a different layer. So sometimes if you combine several commands into one layer, that would probably reduce it. But I think the application code we are installing, because it's a big application code, that's part of where the main size comes from. So, but yes, if you combine, you see how one command, this is one command, this is one command, this is one command, right? You can combine as many commands as you want under one run. And I think that will create less layer, and that would probably also improve the size of the Docker image. I'm not 100% sure, but you can look it up. The way you can probably do it is like, if you open Docker desktop, right? You will see all the layers. You can give ChatGPT the layer and say, how can I improve this layer or combine these layers to improve the size, to make my Docker image lighter, right? And it would probably combine it, then you just go and combine those commands. So if you open it, right, this is the image. If you click on it, then you see the layers that I was telling you. These are all the layers here. Let me make this bigger. These are all the layers here. You can see we have 46 layers, 47 layers. So, and the layers represents each of the commands we are running, right? So you can see here where we run. So where one area where I feel you can improve is already combined there. Yeah. So these are the layers. So you just have to do a research on if there's something you can combine to make it lighter. And also you can, if you have other images you've built on your Docker and on your computer before, they will all show up here. If you open Docker desktop, if you want to delete any of those images, you can just click delete here to delete it. So it's because of the application we are building. It's a quite big application, that's why. All right. Yes, let's just stop here for today. Yeah, let's stop here. So I'm just going to run a destroy now. I'm going to change here to destroy. Destroy. Save my file and push it. Destroy. Okay. I'll push it. In GitHub Actions, it is destroy. So once this runs, you'll see these two jobs will not run. All right, and that's it for today. Someone said they had so we can kind of like go into
Hello?
like the questions. Hello.
Yeah, like for my Terraform this thing, like I said, I
Okay.
always press 0.
Yeah, sure.
You want me to share my screen?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, let me share desktop. I think it's in desktop too. Hold on, please. Let me.
You're fine.
Okay, it's in desktop too. Share something to open. Okay. All right. Come, I'm just trying to can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, like it like for me to share, I have to like open what's it called? My setting. I will leave the meeting, then I will join back. Is that fine?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm still
All
here.
right. Thank you.
Manjeet,
Okay.
I'm
Aziz,
not sure. I'm not sure we know each other. You're saying, is that me? I'm not sure we. Maybe I know you. I'm not sure. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, Aziz, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I sent you a message on Slack. That was sometime this week.
Okay, I'll
Yeah,
check.
yeah. It was about my Terraform models that wasn't working.
Okay, sure. You can. Do you want to share?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, we were talking. I remember we were talking then.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can share.
Can you see it now?
Oh, so who's John? You joined back?
Yeah, can you see it?
Okay. So I let. Yes, I can see.
Okay. So like what I mean, right? Let me just where's the my okay, from like this now, right? See, it's not deleting. Like I have to press like 0. I'll come out here, then press 0, then I'll go back, then it will work. See?
You are in your .terraform though.
Yeah, like all the files. So what I use, like the other alternative I use is my IntelliJ, but I don't want to use IntelliJ. I want to like because I'm trying to understand the
Hold on.
Visual Studio Code.
Yeah, so but you shouldn't be in the .terraform. The .terraform is the configuration Terraform uses. So Terraform is downloading your module, right? So the
Mm-hmm.
same file you are storing in GitHub, Terraform is downloading it and is storing it in the .terraform. So where is your code, your own code?
No, this right is I'm just using it to learn. Like I'm trying to understand each basic code. I don't know if you understand what I mean. Like I'm not doing a project right now. I'm working on the basic.
Okay.
You
So where
understand?
so the code you have here, how did you get those code?
So like like this one, like I go to my documentation.
Mm-hmm.
So I go through the documentation of Terraform, like copy the basic, then like put it, then edit it, try to like work with my AWS. For example, now this is my variable. Where's my variable file? Hold on. Yeah, this is my variable, right? So same thing, like it's not deleting for no reason. It always lock and
So
just
try
monitor.
to delete that one now.
Yeah, I'm doing that. It's not working. It's not. It's
So
deleting and pressing. It's not working. But if I
open.
come back,
So
yeah,
press escape on your thing.
okay, I've done that.
All right. So open a new file. Just click, you see how the top of your thing? Click, yeah, just open a new file.
Okay. Should I give him a name?
Yeah.
Let me just give him like ec2.tf. Okay.
Type something in there and try to delete it.
Mm,
Just type anything, just type jargons.
I'm typing is okay. See, it's not working.
Right. So that's is like your computer or how visual. So open another Visual Studio Code on window. So right click on your Visual Studio Code icon and click new window. No, don't click. So right click on it, then do new window. Or did you do it?
I've done new
Oh,
window.
okay. Yeah, okay. So down click new file,
New file. Okay.
text file. All right, now type something in there.
The same thing.
So are you sure your keyboard is working?
This is a new laptop, bro. I bought it last month. So like I don't know if the
So
setting.
open notepad.
Okay. Hold on. Let me see. How can I? Okay, my notepad is showing in the other screen. Okay, let
Yeah,
me just
just
once
drag
more.
it to the screen.
Okay, I'm coming. Um, okay, I'm coming. Trying to bring the notepad in. Okay, can you see my notepad?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
So type something, just press enter there, type something in there.
you see it's working.
All right, let me just look it up for you. I think it has something to do with your Visual Studio Code. Something's
Yeah.
probably locked in it. So yeah, that's not a Terraform issue. That's just Visual Studio Code on your computer. Hold on. Let me look it up real quick.
Okay.
Um, new chat.
So the other question is, have you attempted to log into a different computer and open Visual Studio Code there?
No, I don't have another computer right now. But so like if I press 0, you see, now if I type, it work. So at the end, from some time again, it will just lock me again. Then I have to press 0. So it's not really effectively. Like if I'm using IntelliJ, like I don't have that problem. But if I'm using
Yeah,
Terraform,
you
I
shouldn't
have
have that same problem with it's not Terraform, it's just your Visual Studio
sorry, my
Code.
visual. Yes.
Okay, so what did you say you had to do? So in Visual Studio Code, you have to type what 0?
0, yeah.
But when I type 0, you type 0 and what else? And it works
Just
after
enter, then I'll start typing again.
0 and enter it.
What I mean 0, not number 0, like O for orange. Sorry.
Like, oh, yeah,
Yeah, O
I
for
got it.
orange. Yeah.
Okay. Let me see what Claude says. There's probably some settings here. You might just probably have to just delete Visual Studio Code.
I've done
Uh,
that like up to 10 times.
okay, okay. It sounds like you have VIM extension enabled. Do you have VIM extension
I
in
don't
your
understand
Visual?
that, sir.
So go to you see on that side,
Extension, right?
yeah.
So what should I type?
Go to extension. You're already on extension.
Yes, sir.
Um Delete all your extension, or do you need them?
Hmm?
You don't
No.
probably need them right now. So if you
Yeah,
have
no, no, let
so
me see.
you go to extensions, right?
This is my extension.
No, no, so don't type anything in there. Just stay in the extension,
Mm-hmm.
right? And
Mm-hmm.
you should see those. So those are the ones you have installed, right? So click each one of those ones and uninstall them. You have a lot of extension.
I don't know how come. Okay, I think when I was working with
So
the
sometimes when you work with something and Visual Studio Code will say, oh, this thing you are working with, do you want to install the extension? You don't have to.
oh,
Only install the ones you are like absolutely sure you need, right?
okay.
And you will just install them as you go. Like for my own Visual Studio Code, I think right now I probably have only 3 extensions so far.
Mm.
Then if as you work on other things, if you need more extensions, then you install it. Because it seems like this just installed a bunch of extensions on your thing.
And these are a lot too. How come
Yeah.
I got all this?
Yeah, you probably clicked on some default thing that just automatically installed all of it for you.
Oh, these are a lot. I think this is the last one. Yeah, this is the last one.
Yeah. All right. So now quit, close your Visual Studio Code on the, so click on the bottom there and yeah, don't save, just close. Quit on the on the icon there and quit it. So just exit Visual Studio Code. Quit, yeah. Do the same thing here. Is this Visual Studio Code too?
No, this is IntelliJ.
Okay. All right. So now open Visual Studio Code again. All right, try.
It's working.
There you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
so what extension can I because like right now it's plain, like, and I like color.
So now, so now go to your extensions again
Extension. Okay.
and type Terraform.
All right.
You are not in extension.
Oh, sorry.
Terraform. Now use the one by HashiCorp, the first one.
HashiCorp. This one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So now you should see it in color now.
Okay, let's see. Let me go to my file. Let me go here and see if it works. Oh, it's working fine. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. You don't have to call me sir. I know
Sorry, I'm used to
call you
it.
guys. I'm call you guys sir, but because I don't always know who I'm talking to, whether you guys are older than me.
I'm
So
used to it, so like I
yeah.
don't know, right? That is the habit I can't really throw away.
I
Not just you,
understand.
right?
I understand. Yeah, because I do the same thing too. But yeah.
All right, take care.
So you're welcome. Bye.
Let me stop sharing.
All right. Who was there? I think it was
Yeah, Ike. Yeah.
Ike. Okay.
Stop sharing. Have I stopped sharing?
Yes, you are.
Oh, I'm still sharing, right?
No,
Oh,
you're not. You're not.
oh,
You're not
okay.
sharing. You're
All
stuck.
right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So this is the error I got this morning when I wanted to deploy the module, and I've checked it on cloud, and it's not. I don't know. It's not giving me what I understand.
Okay. ECS service. Can you make your screen bigger a little bit? Sorry.
Is it big?
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Scroll up. Waiting for ECS service. ARN. So creation timeout. Timeout while waiting for. So what is happening is go in your ECS thing. So remember that stuff I added? I think you added it in yours. Go in your ECS stuff and remove that one for now. So your ECS service.
Yeah.
So you see that wait,
This one?
right? Yeah, remove that. So you see what's going on is your ECS is failing.
Yeah.
So remove that one too. Comment it out.
This one?
Yeah, that one too.
Okay.
So your ECS is failing. So while your ECS is failing, Terraform is waiting for it to be stable. Since it's failing, it's not stable, so it end up timing out, which that code is working as intended. So what you need to troubleshoot is why your ECS is failing.
Okay.
So the ECS service, whatever you are trying to deploy in ECS is failing. Yeah. I like that you are using the commands, you are not using the source control.
Mm. I just need to run Terraform in it, upgrade now.
Yeah, Terraform may need upgrade. So what did you run before?
Something, it was a code cloud gave me, so I just had to put it there, and if
So isn't something running now?
no, nothing is wrong. now.
Oh, okay.
So I didn't run Terraform destroy. Should I still just apply?
Yeah, you can apply.
Okay.
Let's see what happens. Hello, I just call you Mo because I don't want to mispronounce your name. How can you access the stream discussions for full access to the course and full access to the course? So if you want to access the course, you can do so. So there's like people watching on YouTube are just watching for free. So that's if you want to watch, that's how you do it there. But then if you want to be on the Zoom call, then you can buy the course on my site, which is here. Let me send you the link. So once you get this course on my site, then you will get access to the Zoom call and pretty much everything else. And I also help you troubleshoot if you have any issues and all that stuff. So we can get it here.
Azeez,
Yes, Hamza. How are you?
uh, so please consider my request, which I made in the start of the meeting, to provide me another 2 to 3 months of access so that I can complete this boot camp.
Yes, I don't know. Maybe you dropped off when I said it. So I said in the beginning that yeah, I think you probably you probably dropped because I mentioned you went here.
Yeah,
So
there
I
was an internet issue.
oh, okay. So I said that with the new thing that I changed it to, with the new format that I changed it to, if you have an active subscription already, you will automatically get the lifetime access. You don't have to pay me for it again.
Very, very thank you, Aziz. Very thank you. It
So
will
is it going to be the
help
same
us.
login that we're using?
Yes, sir. Nothing is gonna change.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So that's like if if your
Thank you. Very
subscription,
thank you.
you're
It
welcome.
will help us a lot.
Yeah. So I agree.
Yeah, my
So
subscription is going to.
the thing about it is like I have everyone that has like an active subscription. I have like a list of you guys' name as of today, right? So because I change it, I want to figure out if I can make the update in everyone's account to just be lifetime. But if I can't do it, let's say your end stuff end up ending after this, just let me know. I'll check your name in the list. If your name is on the list, I'll now give you the coupon. The next time you go through the site to click that, then you will get the lifetime. But Hamza, you don't have to
Very,
pay
very
for it
thank you.
anymore. So you're good.
Thank you. Very thank you. It will help us a lot.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Aziz, thank you so much. God bless you.
You're welcome, sir. I didn't want you guys to. So now you guys
And
really have time to take your time to go through everything. So you don't have to feel like you have to rush through it.
very thank you. And happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you. Same to you.
Mine is
And
updated already. I've seen it in the
Thank
account.
Aziz, Captain here, please. And also, maybe if we can speak after the call, if that's okay with you.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You're welcome. I guess I didn't say happy Valentine's Day to you guys in Nigeria. Juliet, it's my happy Valentine's Day. Hope you guys are celebrating. You're welcome, Juliet. So, okay, is it still, so you are destroying it first?
Yeah, it's the Terraform apply just started destroying it, and maybe after it is
Why?
going to create it back. Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Why? No.
I don't know. That's what
Oh,
I'm.
okay. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. Right. You're right.
And it's the ECS
So,
service.
so it's the easier service. So it's, yeah. So it is. Yeah, that makes sense. For certain things, sometimes when you type Terraform apply for certain things, it would destroy. It would destroy and recreate. So that makes sense. So is that what is the
Yeah,
Kelna, is that what you're trying to use? Sorry, I'm responding to someone else's comment. Is that what you are trying to use? So it has like different payment options there, and I think that is probably for like people in UK, or I don't know. Uh no, so that's like a third party too. It should work. So if you have access to it, it should work on your side. So if it's not working, you probably just have to check your account. It should, but Kelna is probably available to people in different, and it's also based on where you are located, right? So I think if you are in UK, I think it works for you guys. So guys, can I ask for I'll ask for permission. So my I can hear because it's like almost time that I have to go since I have to help you guys troubleshoot. I can hear my son over there crying and probably frustrating his mom because she's watching both of them. So I'm going to go pick up the younger one. He shouldn't cry. He's very quiet. He probably just needs attention. So I'll go pick him
Okay,
up.
okay,
And you guys, if you guys don't mind, you probably hear his voice here and there. But we are done with today's class. I'm just helping with troubleshooting. So let
okay,
me,
okay. Please go. Say.
okay. All right. Okay. Maybe I won't stop the recording. Just a second.
Thank you very
Yes, yes.
much.
Mommy, Aisa, bring Ezra. I don't want like to see him. Past five, so maybe he's bothered. All right. Yeah, she's bringing him. So is your pipeline is complete? Okay, so you're getting 503. Go to your ECS service in
sorry, is it the code or the console?
the console
Okay.
because something is failing in your ECS. So that's where you troubleshoot what is failing. Because your Terraform deployment is applying, so it means that he's not finding any issue there, but the ECS service itself is probably failing.
It shows is in progress. It's not.
Go on the go in the service itself. Click on the service. Hi, Papa.
Okay, yeah, then let me just change it now. I'm
It's okay.
talking to s-
Why are you making all that noise?
Here, I'm coming.
Hi, Papa. Yeah. You didn't bring his food.
They all downstairs.
Yeah, okay, just
He has
attention.
two. He has two here,
Where?
and
It's okay, I'll get it.
there's two in parlor.
You want to say hi? You want to learn AWS? Huh? Okay, so, okay, sorry, I got disconnected. So you can see over there in the logs, you can see you have some logs there. So check your tags. So I think you have some stuff table, right? So
He's
it's
not
fine.
hungry. So.
Yeah, it's fine. Can you
So
hear
where
me?
would I check the tag?
So
Okay,
you
tag.
can go into the uh go into the health and metrics. No, deployment.
Okay,
Right? So go down, keep going down. So
here's the
right
end.
there, you see under the event, right? Service has started, running, this one and head to start. So you see that the number for the service, the number for the tax that is failing, that failed, right click on that to open it. That one, yeah.
Okay.
Did you open it?
Yeah, there's it.
Okay, go to the logs of it. The logs configuration, yeah. No, not that one. So there should be, so you should open that tax. There should be up
Log.
there. Yeah,
Okay.
logs, yeah. Right there. So you can see your, it's looking like your DB host, your DB, you can see your stuff didn't populate. It's looking like your DB host password and all that stuff is not there. Right?
Yeah.
Generating, yeah. So let me see your Docker file.
Okay.
But did you not deploy this application on an EC2 before? I mean, like, did you deploy this application manually before, right? Did you?
Yes, I've done that. Yeah, I did
And
that.
you were able, you saw your site?
Yes, and that is the image I'm
You're
using.
using the same image. Okay,
Yeah.
why not the? Oh, you know, the best way we can do it is this might take a little bit. Is your computer is a Windows computer, right?
No,
Do you
Mac.
still Mac?
Yeah.
Okay. So we would just have to SSH into your container, then we'll verify, right?
Okay.
Or that 503. Let me just see even your directory structure. So your 503 error you can be getting is like the starting your FPM thing is probably not, that your script is probably not.
Okay.
So
You
you
want?
say you've built it before and manually, and when you used it, it worked.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So let's just SSH into your container. Then we'll check the with the this papa. What's wrong?
Okay. So how do I get into the container?
All right, so I gave you guys that reference file. Is the instruction is in there. So yeah, papa, you can look at the screen. Okay. So hold on. Let me just get it for you. Just give me a second. Second. Project 3. I'm gonna paste that reference file here again so you can AWS project 3. Oh no, not there. Download project 3. Insert quick reference. YouTube. No YouTube. Yes, welcome. Hey. Where can I? Not to everyone. I guess it won't let me put this file here. Let me send it to you on Slack.
Okay. I don't. My Slack is not open on my computer. Right?
Um, Right. So, I mean, we can just go, we can, we can still, let me open it on mine, then I will show you how to run it. I'll just send the commands to you.
Okay.
Uh, so it's probably a bunch of steps of things we need to do. So, mm, SSH into a container, ECS. Yeah, okay. SSH into a container, Windows, SSH into a container. Good job. So container Windows. Where's the one for Mac? Okay, it's pretty much the same command. Oh, okay, I see. All right, so first check your IAM tags. Go to your console, your tags execution role, or your tags role, one of those two. I think it's your tags role.
Okay.
The tags role. Check the policy. So you should have Amazon ECS tax execution policy. We have that. So
No.
add Amazon. Let's probably yes. You should have Amazon ECS tax execution policy. So just click add policy. Type Amazon ECS tax execution policy.
Tax execution rule policy, the last one.
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Then also look for Amazon SSM full access.
Yes,
Full access. Amazon SSM. So just go all the way back to Amazon, and if you type SSM, it should come up. If it's not coming up, maybe you already have it on it. SSM. I think you might already have it on it. So
yeah.
add this one now. Add the one you already. Yeah, you already have it. Okay, cool. So the next thing you need to do is you have Homebrew installed, right? You should already have that one.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
All right, so now you're going to run this command in Homebrew. I'll paste it in the chat. Yeah. Run this command in Homebrew. So this is going to install because you need the plugin. You need to install the plugin on your computer that will allow you to SSH into your thing. So run that command. So next, as that one is done, let's go back. What's up, my boy? question.
Okay, it's done now.
Yeah. All right. So you need to run this command to, but first you have to update the name of your ECS service there. So run that command. So paste it in Notepad. So that way, I mean, in your Visual Studio Code, just open like a new file, paste it there, then update the name of your ECS cluster and the name of your ECS service. So line, yeah. What's up, Papa? And line 3. Now press Control Z. So what is it? You can just type it.
Okay.
All right. Then the service name. Got it. Oh, okay. Hold on. Wait. Let me see the okay. So an error occurred, invalid parameter exception when calling update service. Service couldn't update because valid tax row ARN.
So it's not being used. Huh?
Tax row ARN. Let me think about that. So invalid when calling. So go to your tax definition, right? The one, whatever is attached to your tax definition, that's the one you go. So select your tax definition. And there select it, right? Select that one. And now select your, you see, you don't even have tax row. See, your tax definition, there's no tax row there.
Yeah.
So update your tax definition. Scroll up.
If I update it, won't it affect my code? If I update it manually?
It would, but right now we are just troubleshooting. So
Okay.
we want to, so that way we'll know what you need to fix in your code. So just click create new revision. And add a tax row. There, which you add it. Yeah, whichever one you change.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was it. Yeah.
Okay. Now scroll down and click and just click create. All right. So we are going to force your, so it will have a new tax definition, right? Revision. So go to your ECS service and update your ECS service to use the new revision. Update. Force new deployment. Yeah. Confirm. Oh no, but we want to
Use the new.
no, click update again. Just click update itself, not the arrow, update.
Okay.
Yeah, you check the first new deployment there, then you now change your revision to 11, the tax definition revision to 11, and click update. Okay.
25. And
Okay. So go to one of those tags. So go to your tags tab. And the thing about this is it's probably just going to be removing it if it keeps failing. Or you know what we can do? We can create a new tag. So click new no, let's wait for this one and see. Refresh.
AZ, did you check his IAM?
Yeah, we just did. We updated his tax stack row. Yeah, we did just now.
Okay, all right.
So now go to so go to that tab again, the one that has like the events for your deployment. I think it's under deployment. Then you go all the way to the bottom to right. So just click on the latest tags that is there. Open that one. Mhm. Yeah, scroll all the way down. No, I mean go to the logs. Go to up to the logs. Yeah, that don't really generate it, so that's fine. So let's just go back to that tax. Let's see if it's running. Then we should be able to SSH into it now when you run that command. So go to
Okay.
that tax again, but we just need a tax that is running. No, in your, is it running? You can run it and see.
Is it a code?
Go to the tax, the ECS tax console. Yeah. Yeah, select your cluster and tax and service. Service is active. Select service. All right, it's running. It says you have two running, nothing is pending. It's running. Okay, so try accessing your site now. So there's like a server. So the 500 means that there's just something. So now we can probably try to SSH into it. So go and run that command again. There you go. Just continue pressing enter. Continue pressing enter until you finish. Until all those outputs are gone. Yes, Papa. You hungry?
Yeah, this is the end.
Okay. Perfect. So just press colon
WQ.
no, just Q exclamation mark.
Okay.
All right, perfect. So let me get you the next one. So we just run this. So next you're going to run this. I'm going to run this one. And that is going to describe your service. So you want to get some information out of it. So run that one. Okay. Thank you, press enter. Very correct. We shouldn't have even run that. So now run this. Once you're done, run that one. Run this one to. Okay. Now run this one. Then send it. So you're going to update your cluster name and your service name. All right, perfect. Now you're going to run this. I'm gonna run this one. So you're gonna update your cluster name as well. There. Okay.
I got an error.
Okay, the session manager plugin was installed successfully. AWS started. Okay, an error occurred invalid. Reception when calling. So you see where it has the tax ARN? Go and look for one of the tags we want to access it in and just replace it with the tags, the actual value. Refresh here now. Refresh here on this page. On that, your web browser page. Let's see. Because sometimes it might take.
No.
Okay, you're still failing. So now go to your tags. We just need to make sure one of them is up and running like that. So your tags, they are not running. That's why. Oh yeah, that's why you couldn't access it into it because it's deactivating it.
Yeah.
So how are we gonna do this to leave one running? Because how did I do it now? Let's just create the service ourselves. So go and create a tags because we just want to test your image and see whether. So go to tags. right? And create a tax.
Okay.
I think you can go to the cluster, yeah, and select the tax and run new tax. Select your tax definition, select the revision, the latest revision, tax group, nothing. Fargate, networking, you can select your network. Under networking, select your VPC and your or maybe you can even launch it in any VPC, but it don't matter. So yeah, just launch it in that one is fine.
Okay.
And you can probably still do the same ones, private app. Select your security. Not that one. Your web server one. Turn off public IP and scroll up to where that. I'll keep scrolling up. So you stop, not down.
Yeah.
You see where the troubleshooting configuration is?
Yeah.
Yeah, enable that one. Scroll down. I think that's all. Okay. So go click on that service. You see the green thing up there, the green banner up there for the service the tax we just launched. Scroll up. Yeah, click that. Yeah, you can copy. Click that. That's it. Now update that with that one. Let's see if we can quickly SSH into it with that one. Yes, because it's just because the service is not up yet. We need it to be up then. When it's running, then should be able to SSH into it. Okay.
I think it's running now.
Yeah, one of those ones that's running, just try to do it real quick before it removes it. So I think if you try to,
This one,
yeah, copy that one. Yeah, let's see.
okay.
Okay. Oh, you know what it is? Like it won't work that we have to first run the previous command to install the session manager on it but you know what? All the same, let me see your Terraform code. Since you said that your image is was working before and you haven't reviewed it. So let me see, because you saw on your Terraform code you didn't have the ECS role in there.
Yes, sir.
So let's look at your Terraform code and add that one.
So it should be in the output.
No, it will be go in the module itself.
Yeah, I'm in the module.
Yeah.
Okay.
And ECS row, IAM. No, it will be in IAM.
Cool.
ECS row, main. All right. So here you have your tax execution role policy. All right. Scroll down. Task execution rule. Okay, scroll down. Policy attachment. Is your thing always showing up white? Don't close those things. So let me see. Open those things. I want to see how yours is showing up. Open the next one. Go to the next one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always showing us one. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Okay. So tax execution rule. Okay. Policy. Okay. And this is the ECS tax execution rule. The document. Okay. Go down. And the tax execution rule. Okay. Go down. So this is the policy attachment. Okay, you have it there. Have it there. Okay. So in the output, how are you outputting it out? And did you make sure the name is the same?
Here and this
No, the value it is referencing. Yeah.
yes, like let me check it. Okay, this.
Oh wow. That's nice. I didn't even realize you can do that. Okay. So now with your code that is your project that is calling it, how is it calling it?
It should be on IAM.
No, it should be the tax execution, ECS tax execution, ECS rule right there.
Yeah.
So you can see, okay, there's no, okay, so that's just a variable.
Yeah.
Then now your ECS service.
So it's referencing the ECS rule and the output of this.
Okay. So what did you say you add to your thing that was automatically applying stuff? So just destroy and run and apply again. So maybe everything didn't just run and destroy.
Okay.
So while that is doing, go into your ECS console, right? Let's see. Okay. Mistake. There. So you can see now there's like the error is popping up on it. Okay. So just launch a new service, but launch it in like your default VPC.
Okay.
Because I still want to test your image to make sure. Oh yeah, we want to have a cluster to test it. because we are destroying. It's okay. It won't have a cluster. It's fine. We are deleting, since we are running Terraform destroy, it will delete everything.
Or do you want to take a look at the Docker file used to deploy the image?
Yeah, sure. I can look at that too. But
This is my build
Mhm.
image SH.
Yeah. Okay.
This is my deploy.
Which one is this one?
Um, this put deploy. This push.
Right. So were you using that deploy too?
Yes, I use the deploy. The deploy was just calling the build and push. That's right, not.
So I think it's probably we have to just check your Docker image and make sure like all that stuff is there. That's the because it's your ECS service that's failing, not Terraform. So something is probably wrong with
With the
um
image.
it could be in something is wrong in your image. That's most likely where the issue is coming from. So let's that just stop. Once that Terraform is done, we can apply again and we'll see.
Okay.
I think we have a service in there. Check that service we created. Maybe it's still in there because that one is not done in Terraform. You can probably just delete it manually.
Okay.
So that one.
There's no service here.
So check tags. There's no tags. Okay, so
Yeah.
we have one tags. That's the one we created, right?
Yeah.
So let's see if we can connect into that tags. So let's try it again. Click that tags and copy the ARN.
This one.
Okay, so I think we need to run one of those commands before it because we need to install the ECS thing. Let me see. Get tags ARN, check service status, enable. So we need to so run the first command, the one that says updates service, but don't force a new deployment.
Okay, I shouldn't force the new deployment.
Yeah. Let's see that one. Okay, service Terraform already deleted it. That's probably why. So let's just wait for Terraform to delete that service, the one that's running, that task that's running, because that might probably prevent your Terraform from fully destroying.
Okay.
Delete that service. And just stop. But try that connect using AWS here, like let's see. That must be new. I think it just gives you run. Let's see. You can see that's the same command we are
The
trying
same
to run.
command, yeah.
Yeah, so click run. Let's see.
It's something.
Yeah, I think it's because we have, or at least I know we can run it from here now. So let's just yeah, delete, stop it and stop it. Okay. Um, so go back to your service. So your service should just be 100% deleted and your cluster. Because I think okay, good. Okay, now it's gone. I check your Terraform, see where you are. Okay, it's now deleting your VPC. Okay. Is Terraform done?
No.
Still destroying the database. Okay. It's about to be done now. There you go. All right. So now run Terraform apply.
I want to ask a question. If I delete one of these images, does the next one become the latest?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, don't delete the latest one. Just leave it because that's the one we are trying to test.
Yeah.
So just leave it. Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe there's a way you can promote it, but I don't. I think maybe there's a way you can use it, but I don't think so. I haven't done that before. Now from apply. So so let's look at the plan. I want to see your role. No, yeah, no, to apply, but don't type yes yet for the approve.
Okay.
All right, go to the role. Let's say the role, the ECS tax definition. Yeah, keep going. There we go. That's fine. I think the 50 thing that you are trying to create, that's the same thing I got on mine. No, just create it. It's fine.
Okay.
Just type yes. We'll just review it from the console. The main thing is I'm trying to figure out is once you're even if your tax is failing, how did I do it? I've done this before. I'm trying to remember how I did it. There's a way you can stop it from deleting the tax so you can troubleshoot it. But once you create your cluster, it's fine. There's other ways we can. Mr. Tony, do you want to do that domain name transfer again? If yes, send me your account number again so I can try to resend it to you. And I'll just give you the password now while we are here.
Can I email you too for domain name?
Sure.
All right,
I
thanks.
mean, just no, post it here. Post it in the chat.
Oh, okay. I just sent my email.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome. Yeah, just wait here. I'll give you the password. Once I do it just now, I'll give you the password. Test. 100 times. Yeah, do this. So, Mr. Tolani, this is the password. Let's use that. Check your account. You should use that password. And here, I'll get you. No, Mr. Ibe, I need your account ID, your AWS account ID. All right, so now go and check your cluster. Mr. Abel, are you still here? I need your account ID.
I'm trying to get it.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Then, Mr. Adani, that's working then. So just check your account. It might probably take a couple of minutes and all that stuff. Okay, let me see what they said. Yeah, so just store that password somewhere. Maybe when the transfer is completed, they might ask you for it as a final thing. Just I'll save the password somewhere. Okay. So what are you getting? Pending. Deployment in progress. Scroll down to one running. It says one running. So go to the deployments and the deployments and go all the way down. All right, select that tax that is all right. So far it's running. The only other thing is no, go to logs, click logs up there. I mean, it's the same thing. I don't think maybe those things don't pop up there.
Yeah.
Go back to the service. I think the service is running. I just want to see, make sure it's not. It could be the tax rule that is failing. I'm still failing.
One over one. Tax one. It's
It's still
still
failing
showing in progress.
because it was running before, so that means it's deleting the one that is there, and another one is coming up. So go into that tax. I mean that service. Okay, so you can see showing still showing up on healthy. Click the logs over here in this tax. Let me see, maybe that one something will show there. All right, perfect. No additional. Okay, go into the your deployment.
I've sent the account ID.
Okay. Okay, thank you. On LT status. So yeah, still your thing is still failing. So click that tax again. That tax that failed. Click that one now. Let's see. Maybe it will now logs. Yeah, we're still showing this one. Generating starting FPM. Host DB container. Yeah. I don't think the only thing we can do is SSH into your container to see. So create is how did I do it? Create first run that command on your service. So the first command, run that first command on your service. Because I think that command, we don't need to run it on the task. We just need to run it on the service.
Is it this one, the update service?
Yeah. Yeah. See, your row is not there. Somehow, so go to that tax definition that your Terraform just created. See, your row is not there. So in Terraform is not picking it up.
Not
I
picking it
think
up.
something is wrong in your code. So go to your ECS right, Papa. Go into your ECS ECS module. So let me see ECS module.
This is the main.
Go to the IAM, go to the IAM one first, because that's the one that is
Yeah.
okay. The IAM tax execution rule, IAM rule. So now go to your tax definition where your tax definition is being created. Not in the code itself.
Okay. It should be in the ECS.
Yeah. ECS name.
Yeah.
Okay. So you see, you don't have tax row in there. You only have tax execution row.
Okay.
So just press enter and add tax row ARN. Right. And save it. Perfect. Right. Okay. So in your project, just run a Terraform init. It's okay, Baba. Run a Terraform init upgrade. Run Terraform apply. Right. Tax definition, yes. Okay. So just pause a new deployment on your ECS service since it didn't update it.
Okay.
Update service. No, just update service. Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, you want to make sure that your tax definition revision is no, click the
Okay.
update service so make sure
Okay.
it's using the latest revision. Okay, yeah. Then check that first deployment at the very top. Okay. All right. Go into the service and see. You'll just have to wait. Zero. Oh, did your thing change? It's
Did
saying
what?
0 pending, 0 running. So go into refresh. Maybe it's just not updated yet. Refresh your entire page. Let's see. Do like your update service again. And first new deployment. Desired thing is 1. So yeah, is 1. So maybe it just hasn't kicked in yet.
I
Cancel.
just
Yeah, cancel.
Okay.
Yeah, because it should be showing 1 there, but it's showing 0. Under that tax desired, I think it
Yeah.
says 1. Refresh again. Maybe it's just not. Okay, there you
It's
go.
good. Yeah.
Okay, it takes 3 to 5 to 7 days to complete. Okay. Yeah, just store that password somewhere. Maybe when the transfer is complete, you'll probably need it. So okay, you have one running. Try checking your website. Let's see. Error 500. There's probably John. Oh well, before we even do that, let's check your load balancer. See if it's healthy. So that would be you can. But you already did this thing before, right? When the one you sent to me, right? You were already seeing your site,
Yes.
or
Yeah.
you went seeing just, and that one I told you is because your data did not migrate or the
Yeah.
password is wrong.
Yeah. So I started troubleshooting it, and I had to push another image. That was why I saw two images in the
Okay.
yeah. So
So your latest one you push is probably not, but we'll figure it out. So go into the load balancer. And we want to check, click the target group in there. That's really what we want to check. The target group under that listener, under your HTTPS listener, your target group.
this,
Yeah, click down. So it's showing on LT. Scroll down. Let's see why it's showing up on LT. To the right, there's nothing there. Okay, it's showing up on LT. So let's go back to ECS. Um, let's see. All right. Go into service.
this is 1/1 on it.
Yeah, it's just saying that it's probably up for now, but it's still showing up on LT there. So it's probably gonna delete it at some point. Try to go into that service and use that thing to try to SSH into it. Go into that tags. And by the way, we're in that tags and you can try to connect to it. Let's try that one and see. See, it's already deactivating. It was already deactivating it.
I can't.
So yeah. So the tax that is up there, okay, stop here. Go up. So I'm saying there, right? It's failing health checks, right? So let's go to ECR. Let's see if we can still use that other image, the first one you had that is working.
Okay.
Maybe we can. See, there's nothing to, it's not clickable. I think once we click details, URI. So see, let's see if we can use that URI. Yeah. Copy that one.
Okay. Keep it there.
And use it, yeah, for your Docker image. Let's see if that will work. Because we need your service to be steady before we can be able to SSH into it. If it keeps deleting the container we are trying to SSH into, we won't be able to. Okay. Let's see if that will work. Okay. Go to your tax definition.
Mhm.
All right, select it. Go down to new task definition where your image is. I just want to make sure it's using, yeah, it's there. It's using
Yeah.
there. Okay. So now force a new deployment again on the ECS service. I think this one is failing. Go to events. Events tab. That's where we can probably even see events next to the deployment.
Okay.
Right. There is a start. Service stop. So it's, I don't think it's using it. Did you do you have that project 7's Docker thing that I sent to you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you open that? Let's just rebuild your images in the one I sent to you. All right, so go in there. Yeah, so go in the copy your Docker. How are we gonna do this? So for now, this is how we can do it. Copy, copy your app service provider file, build image sh and Docker file,
Mm-hmm. So,
copy them into the manual one. So app service provider,
uh,
copy, don't drag it because it's gonna move it. Copy it and paste it in the manual. Docker, yeah, paste it there. Okay. So Docker image, the Docker file.
from here.
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Copy the Docker file in the manual one too. And the start image sh. Right. So go in your build one.
Under the manual.
Manual, yeah, under the manual, yeah, the build one. So update your values there.
So,
The only thing you update is your RDS endpoint and stuff like that.
So what of the RDS endpoint? I don't have that. It's automatically generated.
Yeah, but it will be the same name. What name did you use for your RDS endpoint?
Okay.
What name
Yeah.
did you use? Like go in your Terraform code, whatever name you use, just put the name
You
where's
mean
that the
my
so
mod my
so
model?
your own that you were building before,
Yeah,
when you did the project manually, where was that Docker file? Is it the same one?
yeah.
So how are you getting your RDS endpoint stuff in there?
I don't think I put that.
So I don't if you didn't put that, you probably won't do it. There's no way you'll be able to deploy it manually unless if you updated it later on when the service starts, right?
Okay, it's like I'm now realizing where the problem is from.
Yeah. So
Okay, okay.
so there's probably a way to get you still have your thing up, right? Go and copy your RDS endpoint. It'll still be the same thing. It will be the same RDS endpoint. So you have your infrastructure up, so with your RDS. So you will see it on that endpoint. The AWS just move it on the same page. Endpoint is like the third option. No, up
Okay, oh,
right there. Those boxes you can click. One that
yeah.
says Cloud Shell. No, not that one. Right under it.
Okay. No. Okay. Endpoint this.
As long as you use the same name, it will be the same endpoint. What is your DB name, your username, and did you have that in Secrets Manager?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and just check it. Whatever you used in Secrets Manager.
What's happening?
There's admin. Okay. All right. So yeah, you can keep all those ones. Or secrets name. Yeah, update your secrets name too.
Yeah. Uh,
So Aziz, I'm signing out now.
Okay.
So you can send me
Okay.
an
Oh,
email.
okay,
Okay.
let me just do it now. Just give me a second, sir. Sorry. Let me just take 1 second.
All right, that's it. I'll say goodbye for now.
Okay. All right. Thank
Thank
you,
you, sir.
guys. All right.
Bye.
Thank you. I'll see you guys
Yeah.
next time. All right. Bye. See you guys soon. Yeah, you guys don't have to wait. Mr. Abel, this is the password. Um, I'll put it in the chat. Copy that password and just save it somewhere. Then in your account, you should see that I transferred it to you. And maybe later on, they'll probably ask you for the password. Okay. All right. So that's it. So save that file, IK, and build your image. So just save, right? But then in
yeah.
your terminal, just
Thank you so much, Aziz.
you're welcome, sir. See you
Have a
next
nice
week.
weekend.
You too, sir.
See you guys.
See you. So
Yes,
just
I'll probably see you next week.
I know. Maybe
Yeah.
during the week.
Okay.
I'll probably just go because I have a lot of stuff to go do after this.
Okay.
Maybe try calling me tomorrow evening on Slack.
Tomorrow evening. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that.
Okay.
Have a lovely day.
You too, sir. So, so change your directory into that manual directory. So open your terminal into that manual. Yeah. Then just do period / build image. I don't know, you might have to make it a security purpose. Tab it. There you go.
No, so change mode.
SageMax plus X,
Yes.
lowercase x, build. There you go. And oh, you need to run Docker. Docker is not running.
Wow. I know my Docker. Docker takes a lot of memory out of my computer. I don't. It might start hanging.
Oh yeah. So start Docker and we'll see if you have other images. So let's just do it like this. We can probably circle back later on.
Yeah.
But I think it's your image since you don't even have your endpoint in it, so it's
I
not
think
going to work.
I understand the clear stuff, what's happening here. So I just want to ask a question. So
Sure.
I have the build image, I have the push image. So I don't know. I'm confused. What's the function of the Docker file? That is my problem. Why is it there?
The Docker file,
Yeah.
right? The Docker file is what you use to build your Docker image, right? So the script is just helping us build our Docker file faster. The Docker file is the main thing we need, right? So if you click on that Docker file to open it, right?
Yeah.
In this Docker file, right?
Mhm.
Let me see if I can draw on the screen. Can you see what I'm drawing?
At least I stop sharing.
Yeah, maybe
Okay,
okay.
I can see it. I can see what you're doing. I can do.
You can see what I'm drawing.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can see what you're doing.
All right, perfect. So the thing about it is, you know how let's just take EC2 for an example. When we about to launch an EC2 instance, right?
Yeah.
We go in the console, we put the name. Then one of the things we do is we select the AMI,
Yeah.
right? The AMI is pretty much what the image the EC2 is running on, right? And you know, on that AMI, we can now install more softwares on it.
Yeah.
You understand, right? It's the same exact thing with the ECS, right? In this case, we are trying to use ECS, right?
Okay.
The AMI, and I'm using it as for simplicity. The AMI that ECS will use what? The Docker image,
Very much.
right?
Which is the Amazon Linux.
Right. Yeah, you can build your Docker image based on anything. You
Okay.
can use, there's Windows, right? You can use it. So in our case, we are using Linux, correct, right? So the image that your ECS needs is Docker image, and the Docker image is what you are building with your Docker file.
Yeah.
So in your Docker file, you are saying this image I want to build that ECS will use. On this image, I want you to start with Amazon Linux 2023. Right? Then
Yeah.
once you start with 2023, I want you to, if you keep scrolling down, you say,
Yeah.
I want you to install all these softwares on it.
Yeah.
Then once you install all these softwares on it, I want to clone my application code, put it in this directory, pretty much just setting up everything your application needs
They
on
depend.
that image.
Yeah.
You know the reason, and this brings me to the reason why people start using Docker to begin with, right? Because the thing about Docker is like now that you build your image, right? You say on this image, I want to install everything that I've listed in this doc. I want you to configure and install everything I've listed in this Docker file on the image, right?
Yeah.
So now you have the image. So everything is now packaged in the image. It doesn't matter. So now if you take this image, it doesn't matter any environment you go and run this image.
Yeah.
The package will always be the same.
Yeah.
Whatever you've already configured on it, right?
Yeah.
So that's the point of Docker. So
Okay.
now your Docker file is helping you package all your image, is helping you package all these softwares and configuration on one image that you now go and run in ECS.
Okay. Okay.
You
Okay.
understand?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
But I
So
think in life we figured out the ECS rule that it wasn't
yeah,
had
the ECS rule, that's part of it.
that
But I
part of
also think like the second time you went and built your image was right the first time, which
yeah.
is when I was telling you, we were saying you can, because when you see that test page, that has nothing to do with Terraform. Terraform deployed your infrastructure.
Yeah.
Even ECS is uploading your infrastructure, is showing you your web page. The
Yeah.
only thing is it's showing you your web page in that format. And when you see that format, it just means that either your data didn't migrate, or remember I told you you need to review your EMV file. Maybe
Yeah.
there's your connection to the RDS is broken. And
Okay.
that's why you are seeing that, because you when you are building your image, you are not including your endpoint in there. So there's no way it's going to connect to your RDS instance.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So
Right.
I'm pretty sure with this one, if you build your Docker image with my own image, so
Yeah.
just do it that just like this. To run the Docker build, right, in that manual, and run the Docker push. So make sure you update the figures on the push one to push it.
Yeah.
And now update your ECS with the latest image in your Terraform. Destroy your infrastructure and reapply it, it will work. You were already there the first time. So that
Yeah.
first time, the only thing you should be, I'm 100% sure about that. The only thing you should be troubleshooting is the link
So should
why it
yeah.
was not connected to your RDS. And remember I told you, is either your data didn't migrate or your EMV file is wrong. The
Yeah.
database credentials in there is wrong. So those are the only two places you should be looking. You shouldn't have changed anything in your Terraform code.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So do that and message me back on Slack, and we will go from there.
okay. Thank you so much. Yeah.
No problem. No problem.
I'll get back to
All right.
you then.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I'm still meeting with anyone, but I know we kind of like overextended on that one. So am I meeting with anyone?
Yes, Aziz, please me.
Okay.
If you still have it.
Okay, yeah. So maybe like I have about 5-10 minutes.
Okay, please.
All right. Okay. So we can meet offline then.
Okay, all right.
Um,
So how do I connect back? Or you
Call me on Slack, Huddle.
okay. In
Yeah.
5 or 10?
You say what?
Is that in 5 minutes or 10 minutes?
No, right away. I
Right
said I
away.
have
Okay.
10 minutes, yeah,
Okay,
but
okay, okay.
I'll
All
end the
right.
call
Sure.
right now. So yeah.
Okay. All right. Awesome.
All right. Okay, everyone. Thank you guys. I know I'm not sure if you guys are still here. Ismail, Juliet. I know it's very late over there. So I'll see you guys next week. Who else? Wisdom. I'm not sure if you guys are still here. Mr. Tolani, I'll see you guys next week. Have a good weekend.
You too.
All right, Mr. Manuel. Thank you, sir. Bye.
Mm.